I roto ia koe. Pea whiwhi ai hoki mātou ki tō oro tonu I te mea ata whainei e koe. Ko I krari hoki tō mātou are ki. Āmane. Ngā whakamoe miti kia koe tamatu kāro. E ngā kia pūwai tō aroha. I roto o mātou nākau katoa. Koe nā ta me nui tēnei au huri ki ngā piki ngā heke o te wā. Tautuko mai a whina mai ngā whānau katoa e māwiwi ana e taimahanga e roto nei te hui pera me te kai. Me ngā whānau kirimate e mamai tonu te nākau I tēnei wā piki te kā, piki dora, piki te rangi Māori. Tiakina mai, arihina mai I a mātou katoa, e haere mārunga nei te huarai. Ia rā. Me tō rātou nei hoki ngā ki te wā kāinga I tēnei rangi. Nā reira I inoi ana mātou I runga te ingo ta matua, ta tama, e te wai rua tapu, ake tonu atu. Amen.
Ai mi kia koe api I tuwhera tātou hui I me e karakia ki a tātou runga rawa. He tautoko o tō mihi whakatau, whakapōhiri, ka member o tātou committee, me ngā kaimahi. Me e tahi atu o tātou whānau he noho ai I te rātou kāinga, I tēnei wā. He mihi hoki he nunui o tātou whānau ka hinga nei ki te karangahini nui te pō I tēnei tau. E tikata aroha ki a rātou me o rātou whānau. Wai o tia tohunga mate ki a rātou, ka huri anō ki a koutou te kānoi ora, I hui ngai I te ata nei. So welcome everybody. Look, just before we start, I see that we have a few new faces in the room, and then so some of us we may not know who they are or what positions they have, or what positions they currently have. They may not be, they may have entered doing one job and suddenly they're doing some other job. So can I just quickly go around the room? We'll start with the table and then we'll move to our staff, just for the staff to introduce themselves as well and their current roles and positions. That'll be great. Alison.
I'm Alison Duck. I'm a governance advisor here at Hawke Regional Council.
Kia ora, ko Kelly Marama tōku ingoa. I am the new executive assistant to Te Pai Whakarai. He uri tēnei no ngai tūhoi, ngai tai, ngā tiawa me te aukauri. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ko tāki tima te waka kahunga ni te iwi. O Ngāti Kere, te hapu. Paora Shasha taku ingo, no pōranga hau ahau. Tēnā koe.
Morena Tato, I'm Sophie Sears, one of the councillors and chair of the Environment and Integrated Catchments Committee.
Kia ora tātou, ko Raja Maka tēnei, tētahi o ngā kanohi o Tomatea no Takapau hau, kia ora tātou.
Tēnā tātou, ko Henare Mita tōku ingoa. Ko au tētahi o ngā mema e rua o te taiwhenu o te wairo.
Morena tātou, pai ki te kite. Ia koutou I tēnei rā, ko Huniwai Ormsby tōku ingoa. I'm the chair of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Nōko nei ahau, he uri tēnei o Pānea, Mori, tēnei.
Mauri ora tātou, ko api Robin taku ingo. No ko Pataki ahau, ko te tahi member o the whanganui arote. Ngami.
Morena tātou, ko waia ko piri na hau, board member for te whangani arotu, taiwhena ahiriri. Mauri ora.
Tēnei te mihi atu api, nau I te pāpaka wairu ti matai te tiata nei. Ko mārai apatu I au, me ko koutou ngā kanohi hau, he mihi kawake, ko au no here taunga ngā marae maha. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, ai.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Ngāti Kurukuru, ko Ngāti Whakaiti, ko Ngāti Ura ki te rangi, ko Ngāti Kautiri, ko Ngāti Hikatoa, ngā hapu, ko ana te whaiti tōku ingoa. Me here's that alternate for te taiwhenua o here taunga. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Soa tahi rā me mehi ka tika kia koe e api nau I huakina tēnei huihunga roso i ngā manaakitanga o te atua, tāpiri ake ki ngā mihi kua mihia, kia rātou kua wehi atu, haere tātou, e noho nei, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Ko te Wairama Munro tōku ingoa, noho ana au ki te tūranga o te interim tū Pouwhakarai.
Morena tātou, te motu o Guernsey ahau, ko Nick Pete tōku ingoa. Nick Pete, I'm the CE for the Regional Council and hail from a little island called Guernsey between England and France. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, ko Mike Pakawahau, so I'm one of our co-chairs, and I thought I wasn't chairing today. I thought my co-chair was chairing, but hey, I find myself in the chair this morning. So, of course, our other chairs, Katarina Kawana from Te Wairua. Can I start in the room, please, and start with you, Māori?
Kia ora tātou, ko Māori Black tōku ingoa. Environmental mahi type guy, assist whenua o here taonga with stuff, and previously done some of the environmental mahi.
Kia ora, Mike Johansson, Whaka Ingoa, Director of Congregate, Hawke Regional Council, from Ahuriri. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Nicola Nicholson Takuanga, originally from Waitara in Taranaki, and I am the Acting Policy and Planning Manager.
Kia ora koutou, Katrina Brunton, Group Manager Policy and Regulation. I've met most of you, hello, originally from Tamaki Makaurau, West Auckland, which is of course the best place to come from. I have been at Hawke's Bay Regional Council now for 3 years.
Kia ora.
Morena tātou, ko Nathan Heath tōku ingoa. I'm part of the Māori Partnerships Group, but I'm the Māori Relationship Manager.
Mai te roa te tani o te kaunihira rohi o te Wairua. Tā mai a Dwayne Corporal o te pau aurea Māori o te kaunihira rā. Whenua te mihi mahana ki a koe matuapi tūwhira ka tātou runga ma ka wahi nāro. Ko tira ki a tātou ko te hungora mō kore anō te mihi mahana ki ngā memo o te Komite Māori. Dwayne Corporal, Māori Relationship Manager for the Wairua District Council. I'm the designated Uber driver. So no reira. E me pai ki te kutaki ki ngā kānoi hau, ki ngā kānoi tāhito anō hoki. Nā mihi mahana, nā mihi.
Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jackson Tānu tōku ingoa, no Ahuriri ahau, he uri no Ngāti Konohi ki Whangarā, Tuhoi. Māori relationships and policy to part of Hawke's Bay. Tēnā tātou e tāki anu te mihi ka te kia koe api. Nā tūpira koe hoki mai. Tēnā tātou e tāki anu te mihi ka te kia koe api. Nā tēnā hoki ngā pau o ngā hapu e maha o wāhi ai tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā pau o nuku nei. Ko ānea me mori o Pitipuna hoki. Ko te kaha pa Waikirangi tōku ingoa, koe te kai hautu kutai au kaunihira nei. So, TK, mātou nanga advisor, Hawke's Bay Regional Council.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te rangi hau Gilbert tōku ingoa, he uri anoa hau no te koko. Ringa te hine uru. Taunu atu rā ki ngā iwi, ngā hapu whānui o Roto Ngāti Kauru. Whānau, my name's Te Rangi Hau, and I'm the Senior Māori Advisor here at the Regional Council. And it's lovely to be here with you all, new faces, old faces, and also mihi to our whānau that are online that have just come on, and also to you also te pāpai hapi o kua tuku ngā whakamoiniti.
Kia ora. So to our whānau online, Katarina, are you hearing us?
KK.
So we have...
Unmute.
There we go.
Katarina, are you hearing us? So we have Katarina online. Ka pai, there she is. Are you hearing us, Bob?
Aira, tēnā rā koutou, ata Māori e.
Ka pai. Baden, tēnā koe Baden.
Hona nenge mātangi rau. Mai te taha.
Kia ora mai, kia ora tātou.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. And who's the other one? Tom Kay. Tēnā koe, Tom.
Kia ora.
Would you like to introduce yourself, Tom?
Tēnā koutou, ko Tom tōku ingoa, no Ahurerio, engari kei Pōneke i noho ana au I tēnei hoa. I'm Tom, I work for Forest and Bird as the freshwater advocate from Napier, but yeah, based here in Wellington now, and speaking to you this morning, hopefully, so thanks for having me.
Oh, vai.
Mihi kia koutou.
Did you want to just introduce yourself, Baden?
Kia ora tātou, ko Baden, tōku ingoa, he mana o nā tika anganu. Hei te kāinga mā wiwi ana tēnei wā, hoi no, mihi ana kia tātou, hei tā tātou nei kaupapa, tēnā koe Mike. Hey, can't see your fella's video.
All good.
Think of the dark.
So thank you everybody for the introduction. So we all know we all know each other. The position we are holding here this today. We have a couple of apologies. So one is in regards to our online presence. So we're not currently going out live.
No, we are going out live now via distance.
Oh, right. Okay. So we are back alive. Okay, te pai tērā. Apologies. Alison, do we have any other apologies?
Councillor Foley and Councillor Lambert are apologies that I've received.
Were there any other apologies? Uncle Harmy was an apology. Any other apologies? Can I ask for a mover, please? Thank you, Peter. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. I'll just pull up my agenda. So we've just all got an agenda. Sorry for it being hard copy, but it is. Do we have any conflicts of interest in regards to today's pack, other than the fact that we're Māori? Item 3. So alternate members' appointments, Māori.
Yes, what's the process here? Just the runner to Paiti.
So, Anna's our alternate for Heretonga. So it's just appointing Anna as a committee member for the day in replace of Uncle Harmy. Any other alternates? No. Can I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Haniwai. Seconded, Paula. Kia ora. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Carried. Confirmations of the minutes from the 2nd of August. Was that long ago?
Yeah.
The world has changed since the 2nd of August. Remembering that we also had a workshop in November. So we made August our last board meeting, and we had a workshop in November. So we have an update in regards to that workshop, but we are dealing with the minutes, confirmation of the minutes from the 2nd of August 2023. Were there any matters arising from out of those minutes?
Mr. Chair, just that I noticed there were 3 people who were present that weren't marked down as present. That's myself, Paul Kelly and Baden.
What? Were you there, Baden?
Yeah.
It's a long time ago, Mike. I can't remember.
So we can have those.
What was the workshop on? Yeah, what was the kaupapa?
No, it was our board meeting in August, Baden. Get the pipe.
Oh, the board meeting. Yeah, okay. No, can't remember.
No, well, he had to be. I was sitting next to him.
Baden, I remember you. You opened up karakia. You opened up.
All right.
And you closed for us. You're sitting where Polder is.
Any other amendments?
Yeah.
No. So Henare, since you were there, can I ask that you move the minutes, please?
I think you will.
Baden, since you were there, can I ask that you second them, please? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Kia ora, thank you, carried. Item 5, minor items not on the agenda. Peter, did you have some items you wanted, item or two you wanted to put on our agenda? Minor
Sorry,
items?
did we write those down when we were
So
discussing?
through you, Chair, I can
Kip.
just share what I captured this morning was that there was a request for a minor item to discuss outcomes for Māori in procurement processes. Did I capture that appropriately, Peter? Ka pai. An update to changes in local government and legislation and policy, an update on land categorisations, and I think we covered the three that were requested for minor items this morning.
Were there any other minor items? If not,
No, and some of those minor items might be covered off on the reports that come through, but we just would capture that in case it's not. Yep.
cool, thank you for that. So we're moving to item 6. I don't know who's reported on this. Tom?
Through you, Chair, I think this was a request from the committee from a previous meeting to hear the presentation. So that's why it's on your agenda today.
Thank you, Tom. The floor is yours, Tom.
Kia ora. Okay, cool. Well, just let me share my screen and I'll bring up a presentation, hopefully. So you should hopefully be all able to see that. Yeah, kia ora, everyone. Ko Tom tōku ingoa, as I've said, I work for Forest and Bird as a freshwater advocate. I've had the privilege of presenting to a whole bunch of councils about this kaupapa of making room for rivers and sort of nature-based solutions in the wake of Cyclone Gabriel. So this is a presentation that the HBRC Council have seen. We took to the Kahununu Fish Hook Summit. We were invited by Ngaio and Shay to present there. And yeah, thank you very much for having us this morning. Ngā mihi kia koutou. Look, without further ado, I'm going to jump into this because we've only got half an hour as I understand it. As I've mentioned, I live in Wellington. I'm based here, but I grew up in Napier. So on the morning of the 14th of February, when the cyclone was smashing Tairāwhiti and the Hawke's Bay region, I was watching what was happening in Hawke's Bay really closely. And particularly, I was watching the Tutaikuri River, which you'll probably recognise from that photo there. I was watching the gauge on the Tutaikuri River in particular. And on that morning, the river rose to a flow of over 1,800 cubic. So 1,800 tonnes of water was flowing past this recording point on the Tutaikuri River every second. The gauge failed at about 3 a.m. You can see where it just drops to zero. There was too much water for it. The river probably got a lot higher. But I was watching that gauge because my family lives just downstream from that recording point in Taradale, about 600 metres from the stop bank. My parents in one house and my sister, brother-in-law and niece and nephew in another house. I don't need to stress this because you know it so well, but you know about 8 a.m. that Tutaikuri River overtopped its banks, took out the substation, started spilling over into Waiheke. 10 o'clock-ish, everyone in the suburbs nearby was being told to evacuate, including up the top left there in Taradale, my family. From their houses, this is my sister's street on the left there, the water all coming down those streets and the pathway towards my parents' place, which is where they went and then evacuated from. They were really lucky. They didn't, their houses didn't suffer massive damage. There was water up underneath my sister's house, but not to the floorboards. They were allowed back later that day, camped out without power for a week or whatever it was with a 3 and a 5-year-old, but otherwise they were fine. Of course, elsewhere across the region, the bridge was taken out, reinstated now. The entire valley is essentially flattened. And when you step back and look across the region at what happened, you can see pre-cyclone and then post-cyclone, just the spread of floodwaters across the plains. When you step back even further and look at things like the flood protection network, the network of stop banks that was designed to protect Hawke's Bay to a point, you can see how that worked and didn't work across the region. So, for example, and I'll just pull up a little laser pointer here if I can. All these orange and red lines are breaches to the stop bank. Yellow is intact stop bank. This is a couple of months after the cyclone. And of course, you can see all the places where water was able to come over or through the stop bank, along here near Fernhill. Taradale, where water skirted around the top of the stop bank. And you can see from this how actually water came into the space at Pakawhai and basically filled up this area because it had nowhere to go once it was in here. It backed up against the stop banks, filled up to 5-6 meters deep or whatever it was, and only at that point could drain back out of that area with gravity to sea. Essentially a bathtub created in that area, which is why we saw people being rescued off their rooftops, of course. So the protection network became a hazard in itself because of the scale of the event. More locally, you can see the impact places like the Ngaruroro at Omahu. This is pre-cyclone. Post-cyclone, you can see the force of that water breaking through the stop banks in various places. Even at Taradale, where the stop bank had just been raised and heightened and strengthened, that stop bank was not unaffected, right? This is pre-cyclone. Post-cyclone, you can see that the base of that stop bank was being eaten away at by the floodwaters. And more widely across the region, again, I don't need to stress these, you know these impacts. Places like this lake that was recreated, as you would know. I'm told historically there's been a lake there when the Tukituki River jumped out of its old channel, out of its channel and back into one of its old channels. Of course, it wasn't the only impact on rivers and things. The hillsides completely stripped away where there was exposed gravel. Just weeks before the cyclone, we had flooding in Auckland that was seen as unprecedented. Only months before that, we had flooding in Nelson that was seen as unprecedented. And we've had numerous flood events before that. Tairāwhiti hit numerous times over the past several years. Westport hit regularly. The Hakatari, Ashburton River overtopped its stop banks. The Rangitata in 2019 overtopped its stop banks or broke out of its channel. And of course, places like Edgecombe 2017, when that river broke through its stop bank, didn't even overtop it, just broke through the stop bank, flooding the town. After the event, Dr. Sam Dean from NIWA said, "I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind that climate change has influenced that event, and Met Service said these events will become more severe as the planet continues to warm. That means heavier rain and more problems from flooding." But it's not just climate change that is driving this, it is also the way we have mismanaged the natural environment. Things like wetland clearance across Aotearoa. On the left there, we've got predicted historic wetland extent. On the right, we've got current wetland extent. So the wetlands in our landscape, the places that soaked up rain, we have developed those, we have drained them, we have quarried them, we have mined them. We've only got about 10% of our wetlands left. Same goes for our forest, similar story, right? On the left there, you've got pre-human forest cover, pre-Pākehā, and then now you can see how much forest has been stripped from the landscape. That forest that was holding that soil on those steep slopes and slowing water down in the landscape is gone. And where we've kept those forests, we have introduced pests, which have destroyed the integrity of those forests. This is an image of the Kāweka Forest Park, so upstream of the rivers that flooded in Hawke's Bay. On the left there, we've got the most intensely hunted part of the Kāweka Forest Park. You can see how the undergrowth is just absolutely stripped clear by deer and pigs and things like that. On the right there, you've got an area that is fenced off, excluded from those pests, and you can see how much more undergrowth there is. So we've introduced pests and they have degraded the ability of the forest to hold water and to regrow, and there's nothing coming up under these large trees. And of course our rivers, so our wetlands gone, our forests cleared, and our rivers have been encroached upon and channelized. This is the Tukituki River in 1943 up by State Highway 50. You can see how much space that river had to dissipate its energy to move around. You compare that to the space it has now, and we've taken huge amounts of space from these rivers. You can do this going all the way downstream the Tukituki River. Here you can actually see the top an old channel, sort of old floodlines in the landscape. Again, you compare that to now, and you can see how much space has been taken from that river. At Waipukuro, same thing. The river sort of meandered its way past the town. You compare that to now, and you can see how that's just been straightened. Likewise with other rivers, the Ngaruroro, a huge open braided river, 1950-ish here, I think. You compare that to what the river looks like now. Still big and open and braided, but not the same space that it had before. In fact, with rivers like the Tutakuri and the Ngaruroro, it's not just the channelization and the encroachment, it's even things like realignment. So this is a pre-earthquake map of Napier and sort of the top of Hastings. You can see the Tutakuri River here coming down and then flowing north out into Ahuriri Lagoon, and the Ngaruroro River here flowing sort of straight out to sea at Clive. After the earthquake, or in those years following, those rivers were brought together at the coast through 2 flood channels, which then, of course, created that area at Pakawhai where water got into and had nowhere to go. So these decisions of the past have influenced the way that the flooding happened in the future. We've actually put some of that imagery up online. The council hasn't got historic imagery across the whole region, so you can find that online, and we are adding to it. And of course, we've done this at all sorts of scales. These are rivers from across the country, Palmerston North, Auckland, etc. But we've done this at all sorts of scales, and all sorts of effects have come from this. This is one of the most obvious effects for me is the ecology of the river, right? We straighten our rivers, we take space away from them, we lose the habitat. Things like the riffles, runs and pools that fish, birds and insects need, we lose. The pools also, of course, the places that we swim. Another unintended consequence is things like our rivers becoming perched. So this is a cross-section of the Tukituki River, and you can see the river in here. This is the river bed. This is sort of the floodplain, this big curved shape, the stop bank corridor, which we've put in here. And then once those stop banks go in, the river has nowhere to go but up, basically. Rivers aren't just water, they're also gravel and sediment. They build floodplains over time. When we stop bank them, they've got nowhere to put that sediment but between the stop banks. And what we find is that those rivers then, in many places across New Zealand, build up their beds between the stop banks. And then we find that our rivers are perched above the communities that are living out on the floodplains. And if those rivers were to ever jump, it would be very hard to get them back into those higher spots between stop banks. And of course, this is interrupting not just our flood resilience, but things like our drought resilience. The Wairoa River being narrowed seems to be affecting the groundwater recharge. There's similar work being done in the Ngaruroro, which suggests that the narrowing of the Ngaruroro River has reduced groundwater recharge. We're having conversations about, well, the new government is having conversations about building dams in Hawke's Bay and across the country. We're actually depleting the ability of our natural water storage underground to be able to hold water. There's some work that's suggested that if we widened the Ngaruroro River at certain sections, we could recharge the aquifer faster than we could using managed aquifer recharge. So that's something to keep in mind for resilience. There's also a cost to this, a maintenance cost. This is an example from Palmerston North. I'm not going to claim it's a perfect example, but just for the sake of illustration, you can see this bend here on the Manawatu River that has been lined with rocks. The river comes down like this. It was eroding this bank here, which has been lined with rocks, and we often find that when we start to line one place on a river, we have to line other places with rocks or protection. And you can see downstream on the other side of the river, we've also got rock linings, and we're effectively deflecting the erosive power of that river, which comes at an enormous cost when we have to keep getting in the river to do straitjacket the river as far as we want to control it downstream. And this is something that councils are starting to acknowledge as unsustainable. Horizons, even though it wasn't affected severely by the cyclone, has spent a lot of its money on cyclone recovery already that it had reserved for flood protection works. And yeah, it's an unsustainable approach to just keep having to throw money at maintaining these protection systems for rivers that have had space taken away from them. And we end up with a situation where, like with the Mangone Stream in Palmerston North, which used to flow down here through this very empty landscape, although at one point it probably had wetlands or trees there, and we start to see that once we line these with what looks like little banks and things, we just move in. This is what this area looks like now. We've just got houses everywhere. And we find ourselves in this situation where this river's been locked in place. We have houses on the outside of the stop banks, and we have these narrow little rivers with nowhere to go but up when it rains. And they just fill up with water, and that water gains an enormous amount of energy. Basically, as as I said at the start, a ton of water, so a 1 cubic meter of water, a meter by meter by meter cube of water weighs a ton. You lift water up above a floodplain, it gains energy. If that water has the ability to drop back into the floodplain, for example, by coming over the stop bank or through a stop bank, it lets out that energy on whatever's in the floodplain. And in this case, it's communities, it's houses, it's people, because those rivers haven't got the space to spread their energy. So while people might feel we've protected them, they're protected to a point, and then if it fails, the damage is much worse. And that's sort of what we saw in Taradale, right? This intensively developed area up against the stop bank, and we were very lucky that the stop bank there didn't fail, that water actually just sort of skirted across the top and around the corner of it. And there's a cost to this, right? There's the maintenance cost, but there's also this cleanup cost. Treasury's put the cost of the asset damage from the floods between 9 billion and 14.5 billion. I don't know if that number's been updated since, but it is significant nonetheless. And of course, that's probably the worst way of looking at it, I would say. There's also a human impact, right? This is my friend rescuing a chicken from her farm, just on the other side of the Tutukiri River from her house, sorry. You know, a chicken, this is minor stuff, right? People's livelihoods, people's houses, people's lives were lost in this flood, and that's an unquantifiable cost. Some experts wrote a paper at the end of 2022 called Reanimating the Strangled Rivers of Aotearoa, New Zealand. These are geomorphologists, river process experts, basically. They said things like working against nature does not work. They looked at river management across the world and New Zealand. They said we may inadvertently be manufacturing future disasters. And they said moving out of harm's way saves lives. Very similar stuff to, unfortunately, what was said way back in 1988 after Cyclone Bowler by the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment at the time in their inquiry into flood mitigation measures. They said extensive deforestation has led to greatly accelerated widespread severe erosion. Draining of wetlands has intensified flooding problems in many areas as wetlands can buffer flood flows, and unwise intensive development behind stop banks has often been encouraged. So we got rid of the forests, we got rid of the wetlands, and we moved into the floodplains, and we gave people this false sense of security. Forest and Bird launched this campaign, Te Kuana Awa Kia Rere, Making Room for Rivers, around the same time that paper came out, end of 2022. Coincidentally, the image that we picked to put on the front is, of course, the Waitangi Estuary. You probably recognise it, the spot where those two rivers come together. But it was based on this idea that narrow rivers that have been confined and straightened with big stop banks are not good from any perspective, really. They're not good for the communities on the outside of them in terms of the residual risk they have to live with. They're not good for swimming holes. They're not good for the ecology of the river. They're not good for groundwater recharge. They're not good for wildlife and wetlands. But having rivers with more space, where those rivers can meander, can dissipate their energy. It's like a skier turning down a slope, right? You don't often see skiers skiing straight down a steep slope. They go side to side and they dissipate their energy because they decrease the slope of their descent, and that's what rivers are effectively doing, dissipating their energy. And we straighten them, we channelize that energy. Rivers with more space to flood, to dissipate their energy across a floodplain, means that there's less loading on the stop banks, there's less erosive power to those floodwaters, and there's less damage to flood protection and things. Of course, an even better option in some cases will be getting people out of floodplains entirely, but where rivers can have more space, that is always the beneficial option. This is an idea that people associate with coming out of the Netherlands with the Room for River program. Of course, Indigenous cultures have lived with rivers for a very long time. But it's an example of a sort of retrofitting of this. The Netherlands had this Room for the River project where they basically realised that they couldn't just keep building their stop banks higher. We talk in 1 in 100 year protection levels here in New Zealand, potentially 1 in 400 or 500 if you're lucky. Over there they speak in 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 1,500 year protection levels. So they just couldn't build stop banks higher, and they needed to make more space for water. And that's what you can see here, this channel that's been created for the River Wyle. And there's some great examples of this from other places around the world. This is Munich, where this beautiful beach area was created where people could swim rather than having this channelized river. And it's been summarized by those same experts as saying things like international studies show that allowing a river to self-adjust is cheaper and more effective than active interventions that force a river into a particular place. And we're seeing it picked up a little bit in Aotearoa. Greater Wellington Regional Council, for example, has recently purchased all these properties in this area alongside Te Awa Kairangi, the Hutt River, and they are turning that back into green space, widening the river by 90 metres. Basically, this is a pinch point in the river. They found that if the river overtopped the stop banks at this point, it would do something like $1 billion worth of damage. There's something like 6 schools and hundreds of houses there. They decided it was more cost effective and better for people to widen the river there, and that's what they're doing. They've gone as far as changing some of their policies in their regional policy statement from prioritising the need for structural protection works to instead considering whether non-structural soft engineering, green infrastructure or room for the river or Mātauranga Māori options provide a more appropriate or innovative solution. So not saying that they're never going to engineer, there's a place for that, but saying in the first instance they're going to try and live with and work with the river. Horizons Regional Council have trialled this with the Rangitike River, River, where they've actually got a bit of space with a stop bank set back from the river. And rather than trying to confine the river to this channel over here with willows and things, they are going to look at revegetating this with natives, getting the willows out and letting that river self-adjust within the space that they've conveniently actually left for it. And Auckland, of course, you might have seen announcing this Making Space for Water plan to essentially move people out of floodplains where possible and let streams and rivers have a bit of space back. We're really at a turning point potentially with our policy that supports this and could support you in doing this. Things like the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management says that we should manage freshwater in a way that gives effect to Te Mano Te Wai, which to me says we should recognise that rivers are not static things, they are living entities that move and need certain things from us. There are policies in the NPS like the loss of river extent and values should be avoided to the extent practical, so we shouldn't be encroaching on and taking space from our rivers anymore, and the habitats of indigenous freshwater species should be protected, so we should be protecting that space in the river for indigenous species. And we've got a national adaptation plan that says we should do things like prioritise nature-based solutions. There's opportunities for you to give effect to these things in the region. Obviously, you're at a turning point, I think, in decision making about how you go forward with flood protection, and that will be informed by your flood review, I presume. But things like the Kotahi plan, where you could really focus on the extent of your rivers, the character of them, giving them that space. Things like long-term planning, long-term infrastructure planning, recognise that throwing money at engineered solutions is not a long-term solution. It's not a cost-effective solution, and it's not good for a whole range of things, including people, climate change resilience, etc. So we've got the National Policy Statement. I want to stress that that's under risk at the moment. There's a proposal, obviously, to change and amend that. That doesn't necessarily stop you from defending what's already there or from pushing ahead with managing your rivers in a way that gives effect to Te Mano Te Wai anyway, because the benefit of living with rivers is huge. And there's also a proposed National Policy Statement for natural hazard decision making, which you might have seen, which I'd really encourage Council to support, because we need policy that will not just allow us to give rivers more space, but to stop encroachment into floodplains and bad places to develop in the first place. And that's what something like the NPS for natural hazard decision making would do. I wanted to give one quick example of where this might help you in the region with something like the development at Tangoyo, right, where unfortunately that's been now deemed a Category 3 area as I understand it. There was a story from 2008 which said that Hawke's Bay Regional Council at the time that this was approved worried about the flood risk at the Tingahuri floodplains at Tangoyo and asked the committee on the hearing panel to take a precautionary approach to the plan change. The committee, however, said it was happy with the protection. Buildings would be protected from a 1 in 100 chance per year of a flood event. Obviously, ideally that development would probably not have gone ahead. And I would encourage you to really put your neck out on these natural hazard decision-making processes now to make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't happen again and you're not caught with people in harm's way. In 1937, I always finish with a couple of images like this. In 1937, the Rangitata River had two branches, the north branch here on the right and the south branch here on the left. By 2016-ish, that south branch was gone. It had been blocked off up here with a piece of flood protection infrastructure, a stop bank or something. In 2019, when that river flooded, it went straight back to its old channel, right? And that's what you have sort of seen in Hawke's Bay, some of these rivers going back to their old channels. In 1988, when the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment wrote that report, after Cyclone Bola, they said a possible effect of climate change is that cyclones of some form could pass close to New Zealand with increasing frequency. It may be that in retrospect, the Bola storm will not be regarded as such an extreme event. And I think we're very much at that point. They said, in the interests of future generations, government cannot allow the nation's floodplain land to be unwisely used. And I think as decision makers, you now have an opportunity to act on that recommendation from 1988. I would stress again to you the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, Te Mana o Te Wai, and the importance of managing and protecting the character and space that our rivers have, not just for the sake of the rivers, but for the sake of our communities, and for getting in behind something like the proposed National Policy Statement for Natural Hazard Decision Making. And even if that isn't passed, really looking at your natural hazard policies and your approach to natural hazards, and recognising that the science now says that working with the rivers, living with the rivers, is the best approach over the long term. If you want to read more about this, we've got our Tuku Ana Awa Kia Riri, Making Room for Rivers document, which if you email me at freshwater@forestandbird, I can send out to you. Greater Wellington's made a how Greater Wellington can work with allowing more room for the region's rivers, and there's that great paper, Reanimating the Strangled Rivers of Aotearoa New Zealand. And of course, people like Ngaio and Shade at Kahununu have pushed this really strongly in Hawke's Bay, and they're great to talk to about this kind of thing as well for their vision for Hawke's Bay's rivers and floodplains. And I will leave it there, hopefully within half an hour, take questions if people have any, but yeah, ngā mihi kia koutou. Thank you for your time this morning.
So thank you, Tom. Very informative. Love the depth of the information that you've provided us and the thought that you've left on the table for us. And I suppose the warnings that you've given, not only this committee here, but us as a region and as a country, as a whole. As you say, over the last 200 years, we've rightly or wrongly, we've worked to channelise our water systems, our river systems, and now we're paying that price for that. So I'm going to go to the committee. I'm looking for questions, not statements. So questions first, please.
Mr. Chairman. Kia ora, Tom. On our main river, Ngāruroro, Pakawhai and further up, I see where the council has been planting trees, pine trees and natives. So we have two banks, okay? The first bank of protection and the second bank. So on their first bank, you've got these trees and shrubs being planted. So I understand they're there for, for our fish species. But then when we have, floods, and as they get bigger, those trees get swept down the river, creating a problem with slash and damming up our breaches. So what's your thoughts on that, Tom?
Yeah, so the use of trees generally along, well, a few things. One, wood and trees are a natural part of river systems, right? So trees are really critical habitat for fish. They naturally turn up in rivers. They also sort of slow down the water in our rivers. So to get rid of them all would end up with rivers that are just barreling towards the coast with no habitat in them. So we don't want to have no wood in our rivers. Instead, we need to learn to work with that and the natural fluctuations in the amount of wood in rivers. So at the moment, our river managers are unfortunately constrained. Their hands are tighter a bit because they've been given a corridor that they have to work within, and they use things like willows to buffer stop banks from the energy of the water. Unfortunately, we can't really get away from that unless we can fundamentally enable our river management teams to provide a bit more space in critical areas for rivers so they can dissipate that energy in other ways. There is definitely a need for things like flaxes and things and lower grasses for habitat spawning areas for inanga. But the biggest thing I would stress is wood is not necessarily the enemy. We have tied the hands of our river managers by constraining our rivers so much to using some wood. I would encourage them to not plant willows in the gravel areas of the river, not try to reclaim space, which we have seen done before. But for you as a committee and for council to try and enable river managers to step back and understand what's happening in the river, where is wood coming from, where is gravel coming from, how can you enable river managers to do something differently so that you haven't got all that coming down? And where we have got old bridges and things, we actually need to step up out of the river, have fewer pillars going down into the water, things like that. Yeah,
Right tree,
it's
right
got to be
place,
big
Tom.
picture.
Right tree, right place.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
That question over here. All right.
Great. Once again, thank you for that timely presentation, Tom. I guess I want to focus on this Land Accretion Act, which is a quirky old act, which insofar as river braid plain areas often get to be picked up and reused by a neighbouring farmer or land use in terms of the contribution it could provide insofar as making extra room for rivers that were there once upon a time. So we've got an example of that up in Waikato at the moment, where river braid plain areas are now being designated for quarrying, mining, etc. Any thoughts on that particular act? And I understand something like 200 hectares down in Canterbury are claimed under that quirky act.
Yeah, so I mean, Canterbury's lost huge areas of the edges of their braided rivers. In particular, you're probably aware that Canterbury actually tried to challenge some of those encroachments into their rivers in the court, and eventually, unfortunately, lost as a result of the definition of a river bank and a river bed. That was going to be fixed by the Natural and Built Environment Bill or Act, which has been removed. But yes, so river management is still very antiquated. We've still got parts of the Soil Conservation and Rivers Control Act that apply. There are actually a lot of powers for councils. You can acquire land for flood protection, all that kind of stuff. But this idea that any accretion of land belongs to the person next to the river is really difficult. Essentially, we need to get people out of this idea that the river's going to stay in one place and get people comfortable with the idea that you might lose a bit of land here and there, you might gain a bit of land here and there. And ideally, actually, if that land was publicly vested alongside rivers, then that would be a lot easier for people to stomach because it's not private landowners. I realise that's a very difficult thing to do and to acquire that land. But yeah, it's the biggest thing I could probably say would be for you to advocate for updates to those laws and to a climate change framework, whether it's a Climate Adaptation Act or something that allows you or sets out how to manage land in areas like that.
So I think I'd summing that up, Tom, that the status quo is not going to work, period, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there are tools that you have, and I would encourage you to try and use some of those tools and be confident in using them. I think you would have, if you try to stop development in a hazard-prone area, or if you're worried about something like that and you push for that in a decision, I think the community and hearing panels and things will probably back you. But so you do use those tools, but yes, the framework is outdated.
Well, thank you. Any further questions? I do have one myself. Any other questions? Kia
ora, Tom. In your pictures in your corridor, you showed a number of rivers. You haven't got any pictures of further south than over on the coast?
Rangaho.
That Porangaho area, Tauri Kaitai, headwaters, and so that we could get a better picture of what we got to manage?
I actually haven't looked that far south, but it's not too hard to do. The RetroLens website's a really great start. That's what we've been using to stitch together imagery. I mean, I would love to see regional councils. I appreciate the GIS team is very busy at the moment, probably. But a really important thing that the council could do, I think, between the GIS team and the river management team, is to get some historical imagery of the rivers that you've got together, whether it's maps or that imagery geo-referenced, to get things like the slope of your rivers and the gravel movement in your rivers understood. And then with that understanding of each catchment, you can actually build essentially the corridor of each river, the river story for those rivers of how they're changing over time and how they respond to weather events, and you can make more informed decisions.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment, a lot of councils around the country, not just you guys, are kind of going blind with things like gravel extraction or whatever. People, apply for it, and it's sort of estimates on how things are done. So, yeah, I would really encourage you to get that imagery put together. I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. But the council could do it faster than I could.
Thank you for that, Tom. Tom, my question is, thank you for the slide pack that you provided today. Are you able to share that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll share a PDF of that, and I will share each of those documents too, and the link to where we've got those maps up online if you'd like to sort of investigate them a bit in a bit more detail.
Thank you. My final question is not so much to you, but to Regional Council and more importantly to the CEO. So just your response in regards to this presentation, Nick, would appreciate it.
And my, Baden's got his hand up.
I'll let Baden go.
Baden?
Yeah, kia ora. So, I think that's all good kōrero. With a flood like that, you know, it's going to flood, I think just the size and the scale of it. The question that I had was around, you know, that pinch point where the water couldn't escape. I mean, when you have floods, you want that water to be moving and then dissipating as fast as possible, but we obviously hit that bathtub down in, wherever that is, down in the Pakowhai there. So what are the solutions for that? You know, is there a way to have a plug in those stop banks that can be opened, you know, just to release all of that energy? Because I think if there was something there, perhaps we wouldn't have seen what we did see, especially in Pakowhai.
Yeah, well, so a couple of things there. I mean, one is we don't necessarily want the water to go out as fast as possible. We potentially want the water to stop further upstream in the catchment or pool across a big wetland or a floodplain somewhere else. So in the UK, they're doing a lot of that. They are trying to put, you know, things like beaver dams back into streams so that farmland upstream will flood in the first instance rather than the towns that are downstream that are, you know, have been developed over thousands of years. So we want to store water in the landscape properly. But with places like that, you know, there were pumps there and stuff that failed, but ultimately our rivers just need a bit more access to their floodplain, and we need to be able to live with that space. So, for example, if part of that floodplain could have flooded and there weren't people in harm's way, maybe there were orchards or farms or whatever, but not houses, then it probably wouldn't have been such a big deal, right? We probably don't want to let the Tutaukuri River go back to its old channel, which flows through Napier and then out to the coast, because then maybe we'll have a Napier flooding problem. But we do probably need to give more space to that river. Essentially, constraining rivers with stop banks is the problem. So even if there was a plug we could pull, we could still end up with some pretty big consequences. I mean, the Manawatu is a good example. Nick might be able to speak to this. I don't want to put him on the spot, though. They've got that huge spillway, which is great. They can release the pressure on the Manawatu and let the river out, but it still relies on things like the spillway gates working and being reliable, right? You know, so there's still tech that's got to work. If we can try and be out of the way as much as possible, or if water gets into the landscape, be elevated up above it, we really got to learn to live with the river. That's got to be our attitude. Sorry, a bit long of an answer there, but...
Thank you for that. Can I come to you, Nick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I don't think there's any disagreement amongst river engineers anywhere in the country that where there's an opportunity to give rivers more space to move, it's a good thing. It's a good thing ecologically, it's a good thing environmentally, and it's a good thing often culturally. I think the challenge New Zealand's got ahead of it is the practicality of that on a big scale, because for lots of decisions from lots of people and institutions over many years now, the land around our rivers is in generally in private ownership, and so there's a real practical issue. I think if I went into Taradale and suggested removing the stop bank there, I'd probably get a pretty frosty reception. So I think the concept is really useful, and the concept is one that certainly the Regional Council is looking to embrace. It's the practicality of where it happens, and part of that is a big look for the Regional Council at its major river schemes, and I think looking at a couple of things there, where do we need engineering solutions because there's no alternative, there's key communities or key lifelines. What are the opportunities to allow rivers to move around more in their floodplains? And what are the opportunities to slow the passage of water down, particularly in events as big as the cyclone? So I'll talk in my update a little bit about some data that's about to be released by NIWA on the size and scale of Cyclone Gabriel, and it's an enormous event. So I think embrace the concept, think about the practicality, and it's going to be a mix and match. Some places we're constrained and we've kind of got no choice. In other places, there may well be opportunity to let rivers, have more room to do what they naturally do in a floodplain. I think the other part of it is planning, and I think Tom gave the example of the beach road settlement at Tangoio, which from memory was opposed by both the district council and the regional council at the time, with our concerns around flooding. New Zealand's planning laws probably need an overhaul to allow us to be more cognizant of risk. And I think if we look at a region like ours, the risks come in multiple directions. So we've got flooding coming down the rivers, we've got tsunamis coming at us from the ocean, and we've got slips in hill country. So there are judgments to be made for all communities as to where the best places to be located are. Just to end up with that, I think the land categorisation process has been a brutal and tough process for many communities. What it is resulting in doing is that some of our most high-risk areas in terms of flooding are no longer suitable for residential development. So, if you like, the cyclone has pushed that process ahead in terms of where people live.
So, Tom, once again, thank you on behalf of the committee. I have no doubt that we'll be engaging further in the future, given the kaupapa you've just outlined, as you stated within your report. Leaving the status quo is not the answer. So it is about, as you've talked about, and as supported by our CEO here, we do have to make changes. It's how do we manage those changes, which you've covered. So once again, on behalf of the committee, Tom, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Kia koutou, thank you very much.
Kia ora e ho.
Kia ora, Tom.
Going to item 7, we'll receive all the reports as one at the end of our week. Item 7, please. Wairama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving into this agenda item, I just wanted to take us back to a workshop that was held with the Māori Committee on the 1st of November. What has been presented alongside the report are the findings or the feedback from the workshop, which was circulated for further feedback, but no comments were received from the committee, and a proposed approach to a strategic response in regards to that feedback. Unless you want me to overview the paper, I'm mindful of your time today. I can assume the paper is read and open for feedback or comment.
So just prior to the start of our official meeting today, we had a quick catch-up as a committee. One of the things we've looked at is, in preparation for the long-term plan, is putting our input forward. So what we were going to do is go into a workshop, and we can use the outcomes of our strategic planning to help form that workshop and inform us in regards to any submission we may put forward into the long-term plan. So given that being the case, I'm going to suggest that we just receive the paper at this point in time and deal with it in our workshop. Kia te pai tērā?
Right. Kia ora. Yeah, and it'll be just mostly scheduling that make sure we get that on the schedule, mostly sooner than later in relation to that kōrero.
Cool.
It'll just be a time frame. Yep.
Cool. So with that, you happy to move, Roger? Seconded, Henare. So did you get that? So we'll just table that and we'll deal with it in an upcoming workshop. Right, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Carried. Item 8.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is the RLTP, so I'll just invite Katrina, who is our GM for policy and regulatory, take us through that item.
So this is on page 13 of your agenda, of your pack, sorry.
Oh, it's probably Bryce.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Hello.
Morning.
I was expecting to have my transport team here, but I'm sure that I can make do. You can make do with me. Regional Land Transport Plan is required to be reviewed every 3 years. Ordinarily, this would be a light touch review this time around, but subsequent to Cyclone Gabriel, obviously our transport infrastructure has taken an absolute hammering around the region. And so we have had to do a large rewrite of our Regional Land Transport Plan. The Regional Land Transport Plan this time round is really focusing on rebuilding what once we had, first and foremost. Secondly, adding resilience to that and ensuring that we don't have communities that are disconnected. In terms of the Regional Land Transport Plan, what does it do? It sets out the funding required for our transport network for the region. So the Regional Council leads it through the Regional Land Transport Committee and puts in a schedule at the back, essentially, of all the funding required from both the district councils and particularly passenger transport for Hawke's Bay Regional Council. We then put that out for public consultation, call for submissions, and then make decisions on that. That then goes forward to Wakakatahi, to the National Land Transport Fund, and we seek funding from there, which gets determined in about September of this year, this time round, due to the change in government and the amendments to the government position statement that have been made. Sorry, I've jumped in for you.
No.
Are there some other main points that you would like to raise?
Katrina's potentially touched on this. Kia ora tātou, everyone, ko Bryce Cullen, toku ingoa, the Transport Strategy and Policy Analyst, and been leading the development of this Regional Land Transport Plan for the last 6 to 9 months, or however long it's been. It's all a bit of a haze. I think the guts of this Regional Land Transport Plan, and of course it's no surprise to anyone that a significant amount of investment is required right across the system. But in terms of our 3 transport priorities over the next 10 years, number 1 is resilience, security, and securing safe and reliable journeys, and asset management is tied up into that. So that's all of the really, I guess, boring things. So your pavement renewals, drainage, culverts, all of that. We need a lot of it. And then we're looking at genuine transport choice across our communities and keeping our people safe. So that's safety across the system. Those are the 3 things that, as a region, we're focused on as we rebuild into the future over the next decade, and the investment program very closely reflects that. And when that Regional Land Transport Plan, when the draft comes out, we'll very clearly be able to articulate where that money is going, what's planned or proposed to go, and the outcomes and benefits that that's going to bring for our communities. So what we're looking for today is some advice and some insight into how we engage with tangata whenua throughout that consultation process and really capture those community aspirations and what all of our communities want. I think the reality with this consultation process is we're not necessarily going to be going out and asking for which option people prefer, because there isn't really an option as such. What we are wanting to get out of the consultation process is community voice. We want to be able to understand if we're on the right track, what are the other things that all of our communities want to see? Is the proposed state highway investment program hitting the mark, for example? So that is effectively what we want to get out of this consultation, setting the foundation for the next decade or so. Because of course the reality is, even with our next Regional Land Transport Plan potentially in 3 years' time, not a huge amount will have changed from what we have in front of us today.
So through you, Chair, the consultation period is from 18th of March until the 14th of April, so coming at us pretty quick.
So can you just, before I jump into Api, Can you just remind us of how the committee is made up, the Land and Transport Committee?
Yeah, absolutely. The Regional Land Transport Committee is made up of representatives from the district councils, so Napier, Hastings, Wairoa, Central Hawke's Bay and Hawke's Bay Regional Council elected members. It also has representation from this committee, yes, my apologies, because RP's on that committee, and
Advisory reps.
we have advisory reps from transport industry, Waka Kotahi, AA, Transrail or Kiwi Rail.
Thank you. Api, any comment in regards to, the cup up on the table in regards to how do we consult?
Yes, kia ora. As our iwi rep, it's been a long journey. I'm talking about public transport, and it's been a long journey, and we finally got there late last year. So I'd like to commend Martin Williams, Katrina and Bryce for getting us there, because going way back 4+ years ago, I was banging on about wages. At that time, they were lucky to get the living wage, the drivers. And so there was a breakthrough late last year. And so I'm pleased to say that the Transport Committee have finally got there. Now, I believe all the schedules have gone back to normal pre-COVID. That's a big, outcome. And so, so now the drivers are getting good money, around the $30 hour mark. And so we don't, so we have plenty of, GoBus have plenty of backup drivers because people are coming back to drive for GoBus. And I think we've always realised that as a committee. And then we just had to sort out the funding. I do know the rates have gone up, so I know where my rates are going to, and your rates. Everyone's rates are going to help for the public transport. So I just wanted to touch on that. So kia ora.
So just in regards to the consultation plan, up to this point, is there anything in regards to publication about what is contained within the plan, the recommendations?
Yes, through you, Chair, there will be in the paper that you've got, there is attached our communications plan, but there will be some consultation document that will go at the front of the plan. The plan is a lot of pages; it's over 100 pages long, but there's a very, very shortened summary that's less than 20, which will outline the key aspects of that plan. What is it that the region are trying to do? Because it's not only public transport, as I said before, it is about our district councils, roads and the state highways. It is the total transport network that is covered in this plan. It is, as I said, sets an aspirational guide of where we're heading for our transport system, but at the very moment, it's really focused on rebuild and resilience and trying to maintain what we've got. That's including public transport. Costs have increased significantly on public transport. So we are trying always to put best foot forward to sell the region's story as best we can to ensure we get a great share from the National Land Transport Fund. And that's what that plan attempts to do.
So could I suggest that you send out the summary as well as the full plan?
Yes.
To our committee members, to our regional planning committee members, and to our iwi entities from Ngāti Kahungunu, post-settlement entity groups, Tai Whenowats. So at least you're starting to engage the entities that have mandates. And then from there, it's about distributing back down into the grassroots.
Short version, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so you'll get both.
Yeah.
Can I come up to the top there to Baden?
Kia ora, it's Katrina, Urugatahi. Yeah, I think we need to have a good visibility of this project at the Hiamana. I mean, if you're looking at in terms of the size of the investment,
into our roading. It must be the highest part of the budget for regional recovery. Must be around roads, but it has huge impacts on our communities. Not just the roads, it's about employment, it's about business, it's about a whole lot of things. And so, yeah, we need to be keyed in on it because we're talking about huge amounts of investment into this kaupapa. And I see Lee Grace has had a kaupapa on today over in Napier somewhere. So, you know, there's a whole lot of moving parts around this, the transport, but I'm really, you know, the roading and what needs to be done there in terms of making sure that our communities, especially our Māori communities, are connected, not disconnected. We can get from A to B, even getting from Napier to Wairoa. I mean, we can start there, but I think this Māori committee needs to be all over it. So api, tēnā koe, but we need your eyes over those big parts of those big budgets that move around in that kaupapa.
Peter?
Yeah, I've got a question, and I talk what Baden's saying, and then I attended a meeting. I know there's a meeting in Wairoa the other week, and obviously a note with trends in that, and with contractors in that around infrastructure, the project design development, where does mana whenua sit within that framework, and then obviously I suppose speaking out loud, obviously with we've been a number of roading infrastructure companies that have contacted in regards to that build. So it's a major bit of work that we need to, because it affects right across our communities. And pick up on the point what Baden said about around employment, because obviously those are some of the conversations we've been having with some of those companies that are coming from outside the region to tender for those contracts in regards to employment. We talk about procurement. I did mention some of the stuff in my report, but I must just get out of the way now. So it's a big bit of mahi that's coming into this region. Obviously, regional council's a part, but government's a big part of it as well. And then I just think we need more oversight as a Māori standing committee on all of that development that's coming into the region, because it's over 10 years plus to do all this mahi. So I think it's a hot topic that we need to be over as a committee. And then supporting what Mike says in regards to our other PSGs, our tai whenuas, and that around the conversations with that, because it's huge investment, and through that huge investment, it's good for communities to build capacity around procurement, with engagement with the different Māori entities that are going to be attached with that, because it's quite an important step. I suppose it goes into the Matariki plan that's been a forefront for a number of years with regional council. So it can put a lot of positive development within that Māori space. So I think, it's good we have a brief, but I think there needs to be a bigger discussion in regards to that.
Roger.
Kia ora. I support the direction of all the other speakers before me. I just want to make one point. It's about how regional councils' various initiatives entwine, if they do at all, because we've just listened to quite a powerful presentation on making room for rivers, and now we're talking transport. So my question or proposition is in the future transport plan, are you taking any notice of that, what we received in that presentation about making room for rivers?
Through you, Chair, not so much in the regional transport plan. I don't think that's the place for that. In terms of part of that discussion, it's about the infrastructure that we rebuild, particularly about bridges. How do we accommodate wood and debris that we heard Tom say naturally comes down a river, to ensure that our bridges, railway and road don't act as dams for those. So that's a really key part that the regional council is playing with our local authorities and with Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi to ensure that any structures over any river are built in a way that is more resilient for our community.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, the point of raising it is to make sure that the awareness is there and that the way you implement it. But I will make one comment in rebuttal is that it's not just bridges, of course, it's roads as well.
Yes.
When you're talking about the rivers and how you're going to manage the rivers.
So can I just come to you and do you have any thoughts in regards to how Regional Council can actually support this consultation period for mana whenua to make sure mana whenua engage and our thoughts come forward?
I think through the work that the Māori Partnerships team will do supporting the transport team, there's some engagement that needs to happen. I'd also wonder though if there might be some opportunity to have a Teams session online, given how hard it is to get everybody together in a whare at the same time, but an offer to take people from this committee, from PSGs, from Ngāti Kahungunu, to make sure people are really well briefed on what the material is, and organising an online session with a bit of a presentation that talks about resilience, as Dr. Marker has just raised, talks about some of the priorities around roads that Baden talked about. I just think that helps people be really informed and is a little bit different just to receiving documents by email. So if there was general support from that for the committee, I'd ask our transport team to work with Te Wairama's team to organise maybe one or two online briefing sessions.
And just a question in regards to that, because there's obviously in the tender process of government, there's a short time frame for that to happen. So we'll need to be within that framework to make sure our voice is heard, because we don't want to miss the procurement process and then mana whenua has not been engaged, because that would be a flaw in the process. So we need to make sure we work within that time frame.
And through you, Chair, I think there's probably two pieces to that. The Regional Land Transport Plan is literally just a plan. The procurement piece is then done by a whole bunch of agencies. So TREC is doing its procurement on behalf of Waka Kotahi and Kiwi Rail. The pieces that the district councils own, they do their procurement on. I know Matariki, at a leadership level in the region, is very focused on procurement opportunities. So I think maybe there are two things there. One is what's the plan, and then one's what's the implementation.
At the moment, we're dealing with the plan.
And we're dealing with the plan, but I absolutely take Mr. Eden's comments as important, and if it's something that's of significance for the committee, I'm sure we could organise some material around kind of how procurement occurs at a council level.
I would say it's very important that we have oversight in regards to that process.
That's another conversation. At the moment, we're dealing with the plan. Okay, no further questions. Just thank you to the team. Thank you very much for that. My final comments in regards to our committees and our various entities. It's one thing to hui, but if we don't put any submissions through, then those huis are for nothing. You must put submissions through. Otherwise, we don't go anywhere. Get the point up? So that has to be an outcome for us in regards to these huis. We do submissions. Okay, moving along. Bryce, thank you very much.
Got it.
So we're going to go to tier 9. 50 order approach. No, thank you.
Through you, Chair, just to introducing Nathan, who you've met before, and I had the pleasure of being in Wairoa a week, 10 days ago, with Tato or Wairoa, taking me through the work that's been going on around catchment management and sediment. And I won't steal Nathan's thunder on that, but part of that hui was thinking about what the next steps were and thinking about how some of the data and information that sits inside the regional council can be made available for use more widely and by the team working for Tātou Tātou or Wairoa. So, yeah, I think a really useful project. And with that, I'll hand over to Nathan and team.
Through you, Chair. Tēnā tātou. I'm just going to stall for 5 seconds while Melissa gets her head around things, but I'll just firstly introduce Melissa Robson-Williams. She's project lead of the 50 Order project, part of the Our Land and Water National Science Challenge. But I really want to acknowledge the partners in this. This was a Wairoa tripartite project. Tātou Tātou o Te Wairoa with our co-chair Katarina on screen, Anna Galvin, Lewis Rātapu and Anita Tahuri. Equally acknowledge Dwayne Colshaw sitting in the back from WDC. Dwayne and Kitia Tipuna were very instrumental in this project. It's been a 3-year journey and a really fascinating one to get here today. Working as a tripartite successfully in partnership all the way through. It took us 3 years to find probably that mutually beneficial sweet spot that we all could commit to, and we were adamant at the time that it needed to be directly beneficial to the whānau in Wairoa. So without that bottom line, we never would have made it there. We ultimately ended up looking at the impacts of sediment and erosion on cultural values and mahinga kai in the Wairoa awa and the Waiao. To me, it's a very successful example of a blending of mātauranga and Western science, working in partnership as a tripartite, and equally the information and knowledge that we're going to present to you today. It's definitely been a journey rather than a destination. I think we've learnt a lot along the way about how we can continue to work in these sorts of partnerships in different places. Things like, being agile and adaptable. It helped being under the radar, without a doubt, so that, we could move and pivot as we required. The trust and the relationships between the partners around the table was probably key to all of this. So, yeah, without further ado, I'll pass it over to Melissa and hopefully entertain you for the next 20 minutes. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou, ko Melissa Robson-Williams ahau, ke te mahi o ki Manaki Whenua, and I'm really pleased to be here. Am I not loud enough?
But louder be nice.
Louder, nicer. Okay, I will channel my inner thespian and project. Yeah, really pleased to be here to talk to you about the Wairoa case study, and which is a part, as Nathan said, of the Whiti Whiti Order programme, which itself is a part of the Our Land and Water National Science Challenge. And I'm presenting here on behalf of the whole team listed here. So what we'll cover today is just a brief introduction to the Wairoa case study. I'll spend most of the time on the project findings, but I'll briefly touch at the end on a piece of economics follow-up work that we had done, and then conclude with some insights from the project evaluation that we did at the end. So as Nathan said, the Wairoa case study was a partnership between the Wairoa tripartite and the Whiti Whiti Order project team. So the discussion started way back in 2019. And at that point, we only had a relationship with Nathan. So when Nathan moved to Wairoa, he said, listen, you have to work through the tripartite if you're going to work here. And so it started a year-long period of time where we were trying to build relationships with the Wairoa District Council and Tātou Tātou o Te Wairoa and the Wairoa and the tripartite as a whole, try and build relationships there and try and find what we were interested in, and try and find a mutual topic of interest. So after that year, as I said, we found a topic which was to gain greater understanding of the relationship between sediment and cultural values in Te Wairoa, Hopupu, Honenganenge, Matangiro, and its tributaries, using both Mātauranga and Western science. So we'll cover the project findings in 3 parts. So firstly, the cultural values framework and data collected on cultural health through using this framework. The bringing together of mātauranga and science to describe the relationship between sediment and cultural values, and the modelling of sediment and erosion from the catchment and implications of climate change and land use scenarios. So the cultural values framework was adapted by two local researchers, Anna Galvin and your co-chair, Katerina. And it was based on Anna's recently submitted master's thesis. And it comprises 3 domains. And Katerina, if I go wrong here at all, or you want to chip in, go for your life. So it's made up of 3 domains, mana atua, mana whenua, and mana tangata. The mana atua domain is made up of a number of different atua who preside over different domains of the natural world. And you can see these listed in the blue circle. The mana whenua domain is really focused on the ability to practice or express mana whakahaere through the cultural ethics of kaitiakitanga, manaakitanga, and whanaungatanga. And the mana tangata domain is focused on the connection and level of personal engagement that whānau hapu iwi have with their environment and cultural practices. So that's the superstructure. There are 32 indicators that sit across these domains, and Anna and Katerina collected 92 surveys in Wairoa, Te Wairoa, Hopupu, Honenganenga, Matangaro, and the Waio to give us a baseline. So in terms of insights from this data set, we got a number of insights. It was a really interesting data set. So the first insight is that the mana whenua and mana tangata domains are on average in good health and are healthier than the mana atua domain. So in other words, the indicators covering the health of the connection to the environment and the observance of cultural practices is generally stronger than the indicators covering the physical health of the environment itself.
Just a quick question, just in regards to the 32 indicators and relating that to that point 1, so I'm just trying to get in my head an example. So would that be based on tuna, on the eel population, and is that an indicator of the health?
It would be one of them. So specific mahinga kai species, the presence of them, whether they are in good health, whether they're safe to harvest, whether they're safe to eat, whether you can use traditional harvest practices to catch them, whether there is evidence of populations, kind of future populations. So all of those are parts of the would be.
Yeah, that'd be good. I suppose just some detail on the indicators, and we can relate it back to the insight, how you get that data.
Yeah. So I've got quite an ugly slide later on that has got the indicators. That's got the indicators on it, and I can expand it a little bit there.
Thank you.
That's okay. So. The second insight is that the health of values is quite variable along the river. So we looked at 3 traditional mahinga kai areas, Te Wairoa, Hopupu, Honenganenga, and Matangaro, and the Waio, which we treated as a reach. And we picked up clear differences in the data between these reaches. And then we used mātauranga and the ecological and geomorphological information to try and help us make sense of these differences. And I'll come on to that a little bit later. So in terms of some of these differences, so one, in-river cultural health was reportedly higher in the upper reaches than the lower reaches, although right at the bottom of the Matangaro it starts to rise again, and we think there are 3 reasons for this. So firstly, water quality. It's very common to see water quality declining as you go down a river, but in Wairoa right at the bottom we have an impact of tidal flushing coming in, and so we see the water quality start to rise again. So that's one of the reasons. Secondly, a provisional geomorphological survey suggested that the upper part of Hornanganinga Reach, which is in the middle, above Awamati Lagoon, would have naturally had a lot lower sediment and might have even been gravel bedded up until the land clearances about 100 years ago and the massive increase in sedimentation that we saw after that. So this is, that is the case, that the relative change in sedimentation would have affected species in that middle reach, in that Hornanganinga Reach, much more than it would have done right at the bottom where it had always been soft bottomed. So that increase in sediment would have had more of an impact where it used to be gravel bedded or hard bottomed than it would where it was always soft bedded. And then the third reason is basically the difference in impacts and tolerance of sediment on key Mahinga kai species between those two bottom reaches. And again, I'll touch on that a little bit later. So we see clear differences, that pattern of in river, that it gets worse as it goes downstream and then tips up again right at the bottom. But quite a different pattern emerges for the next to river indicators. So these are, for example, the presence of planted riparian margins, the appropriate use of those margins, presence of bird, terrestrial Mahinga kai species, presence of rongoa species. All of those, the lower parts of the river were as good as, if not better, than the upper reaches. So we saw a kind of a flip. So, and we think that this is largely to do with riverbank erosion, the state of those riverbanks, and also site access. So quite interesting, just not the same pattern for in river and next to river. And thirdly, so in the last couple of insights is that in about a third of the values, typically around the physical health of the river, availability of kai, riparian margins, erosion, across the 92 participants, we found that they considered about a third of those values to have declined over time. Possibly not surprisingly. But what was really interesting is that some of those respondents, even with a declining of physical conditions, reported a strengthening around some of those other values, for example, around connection and use of cultural practices. So the second part is around the impact of sediment on cultural values. So based on both mātauranga and science, we found sediment getting into water and the erosion causing it affects cultural values in three ways. So firstly, directly. We have some indicators in that cultural values framework like water clarity, and they are obviously impacted directly by sediment coming into the river. So these indicators are captured in the Tangaroa part of the Mana Atua domain. And looking at the average scores, basically these ones here, these are the ones that are directly related to erosion or sediment. And you can see that across the whole data set, they score a lot lower than most of the others. So they're amongst the lowest scoring of all of the indicators assessed. Secondly, sediment in the water impacts on Mahinga kai species. So here's a list. Here are the key Mahinga kai species identified for Wairoa. And from an ecological perspective, how they're impacted by sediment. So this is a dial that shows how sensitive they are to sediment from low to high. And although it's not the most sensitive, of particular significance here is inanga. So inanga typically makes up about 98% of the whitebait catch in Wairoa. And ecological research shows us that inanga are primarily and significantly affected in terms of sediments by smothering of their spawning areas. And so they're particularly vulnerable to this because they have a predominantly an annual life cycle, which means if you have 1 year that's knocked out by smothering of those spawning sites, it can actually threaten the whole population. And we're seeing this playing out at the moment in Wairoa. So there are two main inanga spawning areas, one that feeds into Te Wairoa Hornanganinga, sort of that middle reach, and the other one into the bottom reach. So this, as part of the project, NIWA did a rapid survey of the ecological impact of Gabriel, and found quite significant damage to one of the spawning sites that you can see here. So this is quite close to the main stem. It's in the Huramua that feeds into that Honengenenge reach, and you can see it's quite damaged, quite impacted by sediments. This other site is photograph taken at the same time. This is a stream that comes into the Tiwairoa Matangaro, but it's much less impacted by sediment because the spawning site is much further away from the main stem. This is not impacted by sediment, but it is impacted by grazing. So basically, grazing equals no eggs. So actually what we're seeing in Wairoa is because of the grazing, but also particularly because of Gabriel and the smothering effect of the sediments, that the whitebait populations are actually quite threatened. So the third way that sediment impacts on cultural values is actually directly on cultural practices. So dimensions like catch time, loss of traditional knowledge about harvest methods, loss of site access, ability to enact those core values, such as whanaungatanga, manaakitanga, and kaitiakitanga, are all compromised by excessive sediments both in and by the rivers. So, just before we move on to the last part, I don't need to tell anybody here that during the course of the project, Wairoa District certainly was hit by two very severe storms, so March 2022 and then obviously Gabriel in 23, as well as a number of smaller events. Just by chance, we happened to collect 8 surveys just before a storm. So when we looked at the data, we thought that we would go back to those same people and ask if they would be prepared to be kind of resurveyed or re-interviewed for how things had changed both before and after the storm. So in 7 out of the 8 comparisons, respondents reported some values in decline. And not surprisingly, these are around values associated with sediment and erosion, and they're shown in red. And just this is the ugly slide I was talking about. Along the top, these are those different indicators. So it's not surprising that these are the type of indicators around sediment in riverbanks, riverbed conditions, water clarity, riparian margins. These would all have shown some decline in values. But what was really interesting is that those same respondents also noted in 5 out of the 8 cases some improvement in values, and these are the ones shown in green, particularly around knowledge and practice of cultural harvest methods. So it's possible here that the loss or witnessing that the degradation that was witnessed after the storm had some kind of galvanizing effect on people, that they wanted to learn things or reconnect before it was too late or before these things were too damaged. And that's what we saw in the storms, and what we saw it play out across the whole data set is one of the most important insights that we get from this data set, is that the connection between Mana Whenua and the river is not contingent solely upon the physical state of that environment. So we can see that sediment impacts on cultural values in many ways, and the reduction of sediment should absolutely be a focus. But sediment reduction isn't the only way to improve cultural values in the Wairoa catchment, and that actually opens a lot of doors for interventions. So the data demonstrated that the values in the Mana Tangata and Mana Whenua domains can be strengthened even in the face of really high sediment loads. These values relating to connection to and relationship with the environment, knowledge of cultural practices and the intergenerational knowledge transfer of those practices, the ability to practice these cultural ethics of manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga and whanaungatanga, all can be strengthened in and of themselves, as well as through reducing sediment and erosion losses. And the same can be said about values along the river margins. They can be strengthened in and of themselves, as well as through reducing sediment and erosion. So onto the final bit of the project finding, which is around sediment modelling. So there are lots of different types of erosion that can occur, but the main one that affects Wairoa is this shallow landslide erosion. And if you're familiar with this country, this will be a picture that you will have seen. Using the SEDNet NZ model, we modelled baseline or current state sediment losses from across the Wairoa catchment, and the map looks a bit like this. So what the map shows is for each little area, it's the modelled sediment loss per kilometre squared. And basically, the bluer the picture, the bluer the colour, the lower the loss, the redder the colour, the higher the loss. So sediment losses are impacted by lots of things, slope geology, but also, really importantly, they're impacted by land cover. And this is just a map that shows the land cover of the area. And you can kind of see quite a clear correlation between that, a forested area in the east and those lower losses. So we, as part of the project, we did some modelling to simulate the impact of different climate change scenarios. So we modelled a bunch of scenarios, but this is essentially, I'm going to show you the worst case and the best case. So the best case scenario is something called RCP 2.6. So this is a global mitigation scenario of globally reducing GHG emissions. And what we can see here is we still see some increases. So the map turns a little bit redder, but they're quite small. So by mid-century and end of century, we would expect to see no more than a 10% increase in sediment losses compared with current. If we look at the worst case scenario, so this is globally not managing to turn around greenhouse gas emissions, we would see up to a 40% increase in sediment losses mid-century, up to a 70% loss end of century. So really quite a big increase in sediment losses. So we then did a little bit of modelling about what would happen if we did something different on the land. So the tripartite core group devised a scenario that had three main dimensions. So one, the all really steep, erodible land would be, that wasn't already under woody vegetation, would be reverted back to indigenous scrub. So this is what we would call land use suitability 7 and 8E, so steep and erodible. So that's all the stuff that is in the pink. Secondly, that any pastoral land, so that's land under grass, that is on rolling erodible land, so land use suitability 4, 5 and 6E, would be space planted. So it would still be under pasture, but they would have trees in the landscape, and that's shown here in yellow. And then thirdly, that any of the larger rivers and streams would be fenced or have stock excluded and revegetated riparian margins. So all of those three things working in concert, this was the modelling scenario. So remember, the bluer the colour, the lower the losses. So that's under those same two climate change scenarios. So if I just flip forward, so that's current land use, and that's with these different land uses.
Kia ora. Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question? It's pertinent to this. Were you able to model what reversion to afforestation native bush may look like? Because you've got space planting, you've got bush. Did that include like native forest?
So the what we did is we talked about, if I go back up here in the pink, so we had it as kind of a scrub reversion, which would be kind of manuka, kanuka, but it's not planted. So, and the reason why it wouldn't make, in terms of sediment, it wouldn't make any difference whether it was planted or not. It would just make a lot of difference in terms of the money it would cost to get that planted. So in terms of efficacy, if you deliberately replanted native species in the pink, then it would make no difference to the modelling. Is that clear?
Yeah, thank you.
I think one of the bigger challenges for us was there was a desire to avoid plantation forestry as the mitigation option.
Yeah. So this is about trees and landscapes. This is about rooted trees and roots in the ground.
And I suppose just in that modelling, just picking up that, obviously a focus on Indigenous trees and then I suppose shortening the time frame to go through that nursery stage, as in you got scrub it then and eventually the natives do grow. But I suppose if we're looking at a shorter time frame to have a bigger impact in regards to the biodiversity, we would be looking at trying to increase the Indigenous trees at a faster rate, which would might potentially mean planting some natives into the area just to speed up the process all the way.
And that's not so that is definitely for me part of a more nuanced modelling. So this was just trying to get a sense of what would it take to actually turn the tap off. So those that kind of comparison with this what we call the best effort land use scenario and under climate change. So you can see that it not only mitigates some of the estimated increase in sediment due to climate change, but actually is an improvement over the current state. So the Niwa and Manaaki Whenua teams did a little bit more to understand the relationship between suspended sediments and visual clarity to help us translate this modelling through to actual water quality predictions. So with this, each of the HBRC water quality sites under the two climate change scenarios with current land use, basically the redder the colour, it's more than 50% reduction in order to meet the national bottom line. That's the take home for that. And when we look at this best effort land use scenario, we can see that actually most of those are already, they would be met. So as you can imagine, so the best effort scenario yielded quite a lot of significant improvements. So the tripartite were really interested to understand what the economic impacts of this scenario would be. So I'm going to put the caveats up front. We didn't have very much time. This was right at the end of the project, and our Lands and Water generously gave us a little bit of money to do a very basic, quick economic analysis. So we in that assessment, it was very conservative. We used conservative modelling assumptions. We used a very blanket space planted kind of space planting criteria, and we didn't account for the potential impacts of status quo. So having said that, those are the caveats. What the evaluation found is, unsurprisingly, there could be significant impacts to farms, economic impacts on farms, especially those who have got lots of land in that erosion-prone area. And if it was implemented to its kind of fullest degree, this could have a flow-on impact to things like the viability of the meatworks. They also had some quite good suggestions as to how to mitigate some of those costs. So one was trying to seek assistance with a meeting of those on-farm implementation costs, like with reversion planting, fencing, that sort of thing. Reducing the extent or density of the space planted trees, and that holds quite a lot of value. And intensification, for example, horticulture on that non-erosion prone land to offset some of those losses. And so I think that there would be considerable benefit in doing a further modelling exercise which explored the impacts of a more targeted approach to space planting, which is would be more aligned with reality, more aligned with what HBRC would actually do. And then building that into a fuller economic analysis that considered the potential costs of status quo as well as exploring further opportunities for income from the reversion of that steeper ground, as well as the intensification on the non-erosion prone land. So I'll just finish off with just a few points from the evaluation. So we conclude the project with an evaluation based on the principles that we'd set out in our original partnership agreement. And we identified the following factors as important for success, which won't come as a surprise to anybody, but these are the things that came out. Really important to spend that time up front building those relationships and finding something that we could genuinely both all work on. The commitment to keeping the project local and investing in local capacity and knowledge. For us, the strong tripartite leadership was critical, and that genuine intent to work across knowledge systems and the willingness to learn, adapt, and the disposition to work together. And I'd also add, if I may, a reflection as the project lead, is that these factors enabled us to do a more successful project, 100%. But for me, a critical point was working well across both knowledge systems made what we produced more credible, more relevant, and more legitimate. So than we could possibly have produced from one knowledge system. So it actually just straight up made for better research. So it's not just, this impacted fundamentally on the quality of the project. It was just better doing it like that. So that brings us to the end of the presentation, and this is the end of the project. We're wrapping up the project. So there's a number of reports and resources that have been produced, and these are either are already or will shortly be up on the Our Land and Water website.
Katarina, any comments from you as part of the team?
Ngā tēnā ra koutou katoa. Look, my part is of the Our Land, Our Water National Challenge was more pertaining to our mana whenua, tangata whenua, mahinga kai, and the whole mātauranga behind this project. All I can say is that Melissa and Nathan and Ketia and Dwayne, it was a really genuine project, working together, giving space for both worldviews, the Western worldview and the mātauranga side of looking at our awa. Thanks for the privilege. It was a great exercise to actually walk alongside our people. Intergenerational, that came through with the project. All I can say is that if there was to be another project, I would like to keep this relationship strong between the tripartite. As a researcher, I think we understand a little bit more about our people and our environment, and to never take for granted the cultural values we still hold here in Wairoa. There's still lots to draw out, but this particular kaupapa around sedimentation, around erosion, flooding events, the realm of tāwhiri mātea, that's given us a big open kind of textbook to wānanga further. And another thing about this whole Māori monitoring is that it's actually helped us look at where we've come from, but also where we're going to, and it can help you also plan for the future. So thank you for that privilege. And Melissa and Nathan, thank you for presenting today. Ngā mihi rawatu kia kōrua.
Thank you, Katarina. Nathan, any comments from yourself?
Dwayne.
Dwayne, anything from me as part of the trifecta?
I just want to reiterate the words of Nathan. This truly has been a journey, of discovery about our own, what you don't really know in your own backyard. And this has been an eye-opener for all of us, and particularly with our researchers, Anna and Katarina, bringing the mātauranga Māori. In my experience in all the years that I've been doing this, this has been the best amalgamation of mātauranga Māori and Western science in a very open-minded way. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this process. I can't sit here and take all the credit. It's definitely my brother over there. He's been leading this, and I just want for HBRC to acknowledge the input that Nathan has given to us has been invaluable. And he's been a kind of driver from us. I've been sitting back and enjoying the ride. I offer a little bit here and there, but at the end of the day, you need those drivers. You need those people who are overly committed to it. Most importantly, our deepest regard to Melissa, just understanding Western science and how she brings it in with her team of all her helpers in the day has just been equally as eye-opening. And so I encourage, if there is an opportunity for us to look at our own rivers in your own particular backyard, if there's another challenge like this that comes up, I'm sure we'll be more than happy to offer our advice and guidance and the pitfalls and everything else that went with it. But the most word that we came out is stickability. We stuck at it and we got to it, and now we're at the end, and we look forward to some of the future pamphlets and flyers and books that we're going to make from this. So, no later.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Tony. Councillor Sophie Shears.
Kia ora. Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you. Sounds like it was quite an amazing project, and probably one for us to look at as a basis for further work and a model for further work. I think the really interesting part for me is the intersect between what we're looking at and trying to do with the Land for Life project, which was Right Tree, Right Place, trying to put together those pieces around conservation of our highly erodible land, biodiversity, financial, and acknowledging that most of this land is privately owned. And there's a suggestion, and it's really out there, that somehow doing this work, whether it's the space planting or the regeneration or locking up for biodiversity, is highly valuable to farmers, not only ecologically but financially somehow. Absolutely. And it's so interesting to actually see the basic, I know it's pretty basic economic modelling, but actually acknowledging in a report, probably for the first time, that there is huge consequence to farming outcomes from this, and we are dealing with private owners who run businesses. So I just think this is a really important piece of how we work in our Land for Life, social responsibility, environmental responsibility, the work we do, and trying to pull it all together, because unless we have some relationship between who's paying, how we're working together, and a real deep value for the ecological and cultural values of how we want to move forward as a whole society, then we simply can't make progress. So I just think this is a great piece of work on its own, but also for us to be fitting into the work we're doing around Land for Life and what our future might look like. So thank you. Really enjoyed reading it.
Thank you. So I do note once again that the project has come to an end. Certainly appreciate that you've given us the references. I note that they are in our board pack. It would be nice if we actually had a link to those various sites and papers, rather than us trying to look them up. That would be great. Were there any further questions?
Just want to take talk with a piece of work. Yeah, man, awesome. Just good to have a look at that, and obviously Katarina, your involvement and around the mātauranga Māori, and that all incorporated as a measure within the framework. So that was really good to see. And then, like Sophie highlighted, it'd be good how that's implemented in the other catchments. And I was really interested when you looked at the wider scope of those areas in regards to, you just demonstrated if we don't sort of do anything, the impacts and around that erosion plain. So it'll be interesting around the economics as well in regards to those areas. And I suppose as a regulatory regulatory body for HBRC and regards how in the future planning, that would be incorporated into some type of framework, because if we don't plant those areas and protect, then obviously the effects downstream is going to be quite immense. And so it'll be interesting how this piece of work moves forward into regards to, because you're talking tuki tok, you're talking Nararoro, you're talking Tutai Kiri, to be around that. Yeah, if we don't do something, and I'm just picking up from what was said this morning about the wider rivers and that, and how that's all incorporated in a long-term plan, that we're just about to have those conversations coming forward. So,
and I think it's how it comes. Together, because we've done a piece of work. We did a little bit of economics work, but that economics didn't work. For example, didn't take into consequences it did take into account the consequences if we do nothing. And so it's actually how we bring these things, multiple things together, and make sure that we look at both the full consequences of doing something and the full consequences of doing nothing. And I think that's when you can start to make really good decisions.
And the value of, and the value of, we call it reversion to scrub, but there's value in that.
There's value in
There's
that.
honey, there's lots of other opportunities that we didn't take into account that offset that cost.
Councillor Honey-White.
Kia ora, and I know, Chair, you asked for questions, so I'll just preface it and then there's a question at the end. But just a big mihi and congratulations to the Toko Torutapu, good say, and the tripartite partnership, and it shows the strength of those partnerships, which we see through a lot of our land categorisation work that we're undergoing. But just the cultural values and mahinga kai components, just so important to having those values, particularly as we go through the Kotahi plan and our work to be done there, but then to connect that to what does the modelling say and where is the planning going forward for these highly erodible lands. So just a huge congratulations to the team for getting from A to Z, but now we have to pick up that plan and say, what do we do with it and change the status quo, which is where Sophie's come across to our Land for Life program and what we want to do in that space. So please watch out for that in our long-term plan. We're looking for investment and how we can support those programs for farmers, for those businesses to turn that highly erodible land into a cover that is different. Kia ora.
Roger.
Congratulations to all the team on such a successful major project, and I remember early times when Nathan, you produced the preliminary reports and they weren't so optimistic in those back about 2 or 3 years ago, but congratulations. And at home in Tamatea, Central Hawke's Bay, we're in 2 years into a restoration project of our lake, Whaituma. And one of the major issues we have there, which we haven't even begun to address, is sediment. And so at some stage, I'd like to pick through some of the details, both with your project and with the various agencies within regional council about how that may work together. So, and I'll speak to it again in our Tai Whenua report.
And by that, I'll come up here to officers.
Just to add through you, Chair, I think the challenge ahead of the Regional Council is to take this way of working where we're bringing together mātauranga knowledge and science training to get the best outcomes, and moving that from being just on a project basis to being what we do as standard practice. And that feels like the real challenge ahead of us. And I think this committee identified that integration of mātauranga as one of your strategic priorities. This is a first go at kind of starting to give some life to that. But I think when we have some workshop wānanga time through the year, it'd be good to kind of bring together where there are examples of that going on. Lake Whaituma, I know Māori's involved with projects like that, and I think the challenge then for me is how do I integrate that right across the work the organisation does in terms of its science and monitoring.
Baden, did you have a question?
Yeah, just in terms of engagement with the landowners, It's all privately owned land. There's probably some Māori farms up in there. You know, those recommendations are good and the process is awesome. But if you want to make an economic run of a piece of whenua, you're either putting cows on there or you're putting pines on there. So, you know, those are some of the hard decisions that you have to get down to. And sure, yep, some of those big farms can take a big tract of land and put it into to Kānuku and Mānuka, but some will really struggle trying to make a go of it. Yeah. So yeah, did you have those kind of discussions? Did you get down to that nitty gritty stuff?
Not to a property level, no.
Yeah.
Acknowledge that there's work going on at the moment through Tātou in particular, looking at the impact of that type of scenario on Māori land and the Māori economy model, because it absolutely has flow-on effects. We just coarsely modelled it to find a scenario that might work. We totally acknowledge that that would not be the case for every individual property. There was going to be, you know, some for some it was viable, for some it's completely and utterly unviable. But just to see whether it could be done.
Yeah, kapai.
Yeah.
Kapai.
So once again, on behalf of the committee in the room, I'd just like to thank Nathan, Melissa, and of course Dwayne, and our whānau and Wairo. Tēnei te mihi a koutou mō koutou mahi, I pānga ki tēnei kaupapa. So thank you for the work that you've done, the outcomes that you've achieved, the journey that you have run. Although you're finished, I think you've opened up you left just as many questions behind as you answered. But kei te pai tērā. So thank you very much for that. Look, lunch is ready, but before we go to lunch, can I get a mover and a seconder for item 6, 8 and 9? So these are the three reports we had. We have dealt with number 7. So thank you, Paura, and thank you, Api. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Carried. Can I summon to our karakia for our lunch, and we will come back. I'm showing 10 past 12, roughly, so 22:01. Kapai, and we'll come straight back, and we're going to go to item 10. So we'll do item 12 first. Oh, sorry, 10, item 12, then item 11 on through our agenda from there. Kapai, thank you very much. That's us. Let's have a break. Statutory advocacy update.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Katrina, who would normally present this, has just had a note that her kids have been tested positive, so she thought best to leave the building and not be putting any of us at risk of COVID. But I'll ask Nicola Nicholson to join the committee members at the table. I just preface this item with a couple of things from my perspective. It's obviously been a hugely uncertain time in terms of government statutory reform, and I know Mr. Barber and others have been engaging with government on behalf of tangata whenua. From a council perspective, there's still a lot of uncertainty in that whole statutory area. What we have got coming up, so Chair Hinawai and myself will meet Minister Bishop on Friday together with all the regional sector chairs to understand a bit more about government's direction around resource management reform. So there might be an opportunity after that to report back to this committee on where that particular area is going. We've already had indications from the government around regulation to do with fresh water, and as the government currently puts it, rebalancing the priorities that sit under Te Mana o Te Wai. I'm not quite sure how you do that, but we haven't seen the detail of that yet, but it feels as though more weight will be given to the economic impacts of regulation around fresh water. That said, the work that this council is doing with mana whenua around things like vision and values and Te Mana o Te Wai will carry on. So there's no intent from council to stop that. I think the other major changes that we're seeing, we talked a bit about the Regional Land Transport Plan this morning, and government has just released its general statement, position statement on transport. It very much pushes a priority of quicker travel times and with a focus on roads and a focus on the resilience of our roading system. And I think overall we will see less funding going into public transport over the next few years in terms of that work. The other piece that's more local to us that's I think arrived in the media this morning, so concerns the consenting process for places that are currently Category 2. So as you may remember, there are 8 locations around the region where we still have homeowners who are in Category 2, so faced with a good deal of uncertainty, the most uncertain being Wairoa and Porongahau, which are currently at 2A, the others are at 2C. The flood mitigation projects for all of those places are in that kind of design phase at the moment, working locally on the ground. Some are more advanced than others. So if I looked at somewhere like Waiuhiki, at Whiranaki and Omahu, they are simpler pieces of work, so are more advanced than Porongahau or Wairoa. One of the challenges with once that design work is done is that the consent process for those areas could take a very long time, and those people cannot advance repairing their houses and their insurance and their lives until we've kind of completed that consent process. So we asked the government to consider a thing called an order in council, which it is doing via the Ministry for the Environment. The order in council essentially shortens up the consenting timeframe, but still requires that the appropriate work is done and is part of the consent process around cultural impacts, around environmental effects, and it still goes through a consent with conditions and so on. It just means that the time frame for considering the consent is reduced from I think it's around 130 days to around 30 days. It is a separate bespoke process just for those Category 2 areas. And I know there will be some public concern about whether that is the same as the fast track process the government is pursuing. It's a separate thing just for cyclone recovery. The fast track consenting process that government is pursuing is about infrastructure projects more broadly, and we don't have the detail of what that's going to look like at the moment. So there's an important distinction between those two things. Any of those communities that I've spoken to date, I've been to all of them, are really asking us for certainty as quickly as we can possibly provide it. So hence that OIC process. But any of that work needs to occur with the appropriate checks and balances. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a success. So that's probably the big statutory thing movers going on at the moment. And with your leave, Chair, I've just asked Nicola if there's anything else she wants to bring to the committee's attention.
I will take the paper as read, and so if there's any questions, happy to try and answer those, but I am the bench warmer that you've got today, so.
So first and foremost, let's do anything else on the paper. So I no doubt there'll be some questions and comment in regards to what Nick just reported on. So if we can get anything that's left on the paper, any questions around that? If not, that'll allow us to deal with that paper and return back to what Nick had earlier said.
Look, thanks, Nicola. My apology, I've just not been with sight and I didn't read the report. So I'm just going to ask what the position, particularly around the Marae Kākoho quarry application. I've just heard that it's under fast track, but, you know, and there's two separate things that are going on. Is there something in our report that makes reference in terms of what the position of Hawke's Bay Regional Council, the planner's advice or recommendations in regards to that process?
Not in this paper.
Not in the paper. I can give you a verbal on what our role is. So that is being run, I think, through the Environmental Protection Authority. We have a technical role to provide anything they require around our understanding of potential effects environmentally. I think they have engaged with the Tai Whenua.
Yes.
And one of the commissioners will be appointed by the Tai Whenua. But ours is not an advocacy role, it's a technical, here's the information we hold role as a council.
So there's no taking a position in terms of what the activity will be under?
No, we're a provider of technical. So if there was an issue where it was raising a concern for a river flow or environmental concern, then the planners would raise that and say, you know, we have concerns around that, but we would not be advocating.
One way or the other.
Yeah. Cool. Were there any other questions?
Yes. The category 2A, 2C, Nick, I think it's a bit of we're in a bit of dilemma.
Can we come back to that, because we're going to have a big conversation around that.
Okay.
Yep. Anything else in regards to any other items other than the points Nick's raised? Thank you. Polder, can we return back to your question now, please? Is that all the stuff that Nick touched on?
The kahui at home is concerned with the closing of our marae.
Mm-hmm.
And in a discussion in the past, we didn't build something because we didn't have any money. But the moment we got some money, we built it. So we've got a beautiful wharekai there. It's been fixed up and it's got no internals in it. And there's some huge concern. We've been going for a year now, and our whare tupuna, the same thing. It's under a category, I actually don't know what it is, but I know I've heard on the grapevine that it's a council holdup. If that is so, how do we fast track that?
I think for anywhere that's category 2, and I'm happy to follow up with the team as to how the marae and Porongaho is affected as category 2. It's about being able to design a flood control measure that is going to provide protection or not. And that's the big test at the moment.
Yes.
And I know Parongaho is particularly complicated in terms of whether you can actually provide a level of protection to the town that will work. So that process is being worked through. Absolutely acknowledge that it's been more complex in Parongaho and Wairoa, hence still being in 2A.
You were saying that, is there such a thing as a temporary fix? Like you said it could take years. But it just demolishes our Māoritanga. We got nowhere for tanganga, we got nowhere for meetings, etc., etc. We got this wharekai that's sitting there with no kitchen. Normally, we would just go and buy a kitchen and put it in, and then you're up and running.
And we wouldn't stop you doing that. That's not a regional council thing. That's absolutely
what about the category?
The category would influence whether you could get insurance to do that. But happy to talk to Central Hawke's Bay DC.
Yep.
And work with you on that. Some insurers have been in category 2C, have handed over insurance money and said get on with it. One or two companies have been more.
I think that's what's happened with our Kaumatua flats.
Yeah. So happy to connect on that.
Thank you very much.
But we absolutely want to make that decision as quickly as possible. I think the other balance in it is taking the communities with us and making sure that communities not everybody's always going to be happy with every design, but the majority of the community are comfortable that something can be put in place. The longest piece, to be honest, is not designing a stock bank or a flood control scheme. It's negotiating the access to land. Where there are lots and lots of different landowners, it's proving quite complicated. There's a set of triggers to move from category 2A to 2C to 1, and happy maybe after this to sit down and go through them.
Peter, thank you.
I've just got a couple of questions there, and it might fall, was just in my report, and some questions that would ask to our tai whenua, and I did put it on our report, and it was just around Tongoia, Pitane, Pakura, Tahi, obviously in that zone area. There's emergency legislation going through tomorrow in regards to identifying areas within that, and I'm not 100% up to it, but there was mention that they're not included in that framework, and why are they not included? So I'm just, obviously I'm a little bit limited, so it'd be good to know about the legislation that gets put through potentially tomorrow, and then if they've been left out, the reasons why they've been left out. If you can give some example of that. Thank you.
So that's the ordering council to speed up the consent process for areas that are in category 2. So Pitane and Tongoia are both in category 3, which essentially means that there isn't a way of mitigating the risk to life there. So the legislation wouldn't affect those areas because it's only about speeding up the consent process for places in category 2 that can then move to category 1. So it's not that they've been left out, it's just that they're in category 3. I've spent some time with Pitane recently, and was lucky enough to be at their commemoration, which was a very emotional event. And then I think I've met with Pitane again this week, and I've got a briefing with them again next week. So I think that engagement is, as best we can, underway.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So yeah, that's the main thing. So I just got a fee, obviously whānau ring in safety. Then if I say to my it's around category 2, it does the 3, and that's not part of that process. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on the statutory?
Yeah, just Paula, just in terms of Poranga Home Marae. I mean, that decision there, that's a hapu marae decision to open up that whare. And I think there's a way to do it. I mean, you can work, you can, align with the process of the council, but that's going to take years. And tangihanga and those types of things, well, they need to be happening today. So I'd be of the mind that, hui tahi koutou and me whakatau. Yep. We understand everything that's going on, but the marae having that up and running is a priority. And me pēra, yeah, I would just haere tonu, haere tonu.
Just checking.
Any further questions in regards to statutory?
I suppose just supporting what Baden said, because it says for Mōtio. Obviously, we're on the rebuild, and then we've been having tangihanga and no good when our whānau can't get back to our marae, then we're in the community. And I know we had a recent tangihanga, and then you had a couple hundred people in Tamatea all spread out along the road. Because obviously our marae, it just provides an example of the value of our marae and getting our whānau back to the marae. So tautoko Baden and Polders corridor, because our marae an important part in supporting our whānau hapu. So it just highlights those when you have a tangihanga.
Right, and no obstruction from our end on that. That's a decision for the hapu.
Order. No further questions? Nicola, thank you. Can I just have a move and a second, please? Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Api. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Kia ora, carried. Okay, so we're going to shift item 12 up, please. So we're going to go to the Chair and CEO, Regional Council, for your verbal reports, and we'll follow that up with our tai whenua reports.
Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koutou anō. I think I'll start with how regional collaboration and partnerships have been going, and I acknowledge that since August. You probably haven't heard a heck of a lot from us in this setting, but a lot has happened. So I'll just touch on Matariki, the forum in which all councils, Baden sits there in our PSGEs, and that's the converging place for the kōrero around regional recovery and the Regional Recovery Agency and some of the work they do so that we have one voice when we speak to the government, the new government. So the Prime Minister and ministers visited here at the end of last year, and since then there's been a flurry of ministerial visits wanting to come and see how we're recovering as a region and what our needs still are. So we've been able to work collaboratively across the region really well. I'd like just to touch on a letter that Nick and I sent to all the chairs of the PSG, Tai Whenua and Nikki, about our willingness, regardless of the government of the day, to continue and build on the mahi that we do to the marae level with hapu, Tai Whenua, PSGs and Nikki. And that's supported heavily by our councillors around the table. Our two Māori ward councillors also would like to see the continuation, as I'm sure many of you do, of the Māori seats going forward. The details of what that referendum looks like and when is details still to come. But I highly suspect it would be a referendum at the next voting poll. But let's see how that goes. Our council is supportive to keep those Māori seats. If I touch on some other partnerships that have gone really well, Tamatea Pōkai Whenua have approached the council with a draft MOU around principally how we'd like to work together going forward, and the council has accepted that draft, and we look forward to building stronger relationships with that PSGE. Also for the Kotahi plan, I believe Katrina's team are working really hard on the Te Manawa Te Wai values and vision statements, that now we know the Kotahi plan has an extension to 2027. we still have time there to work through visions, values, mahinga kai, te mea, te mea. The tripartite agreement for Wairoa in terms of a solution, a flood protection solution to go from 2A to 2C has been a complex one, but I think a very fruitful relationship and the strength we have in working through that with the community. Touching on our flood protection, in August, the council agreed to a $44 million investment into our Category 2 flood protection schemes, which matches and brings to a total of $250 million, and that includes the Crown share in that. So that will be brought forward to our long-term plan, which we hope to make public at the end of this month. Just note some of the activities we've had to really turn over every stone and look at all our activities across the board, and look at what do we speed up, slow down, invest more in, invest less in. And it's really it's enabled us to look at ourselves and what our role is, what our mandate is, the strength of our partnerships going forward. And obviously flood protection is one of those activities that we will be investing heavily in the next 3 years. Our long-term plan, we hope to come out to this committee in our RPC representatives in a briefing, Nick, yes, before we go public with that long-term plan consultation. Just one more thing, Chair, and I'm sure Nick can fill in any gaps I've left, is we will have a review, the review recommendations. It's an independent review into the Hawke Bay Civil Defence response. That will come out the end of this month. It's chaired by Mike Bush. And so the joint committee, including the district and city councils, will hear that report and those recommendations at our joint committee hui at the end of the month.
Thank you. Nick, did you want to add anything?
Through you, Chair, most of what I wanted to cover has already either been touched on by Chair Henaway or in the course of the meeting, but I did want to announce the appointment of our new Te Pau Whakarai role. So we have been through an extensive process and really delighted to let this committee know, and I think you're the first people outside of the organisation to know that Te Wairama has been appointed into that role. And we're really looking forward to having her skills and talents on board for the longer term. I'm really conscious of making sure there's a good change from the interim role to the permanent one. So Te Wairama will stay in her interim role for another few weeks, and then in April she'll have a bit of time off, and then come back in early April formally into the new role, and just going to work with Te Rangiho and the Māori Partnerships team around the appropriate tikanga for her as she starts into that role full time. I think at a future hui, I know Te Wairama has been working really hard with the Māori Partnerships team around their focus for the next few years, and kind of how those roles have evolved as partnerships across the region have evolved. So I think it would be really useful for her to brief this committee on kind of how she sees that working, but maybe once she's fully in the role, rather than putting her in the spotlight today. So other than that, Chair, happy just to take questions.
First and foremost, congratulations on your appointment. I can testify to the robustness of the process that was undertaken by Regional Council. They did go back out to the public twice in regards to looking to fulfil this position. And I alongside the co-chair of the RPC, Tony Hopkins, along with Hinawai, and one or two others were part of those interview panels. So it was quite a robust And we also know the growth of that position. So initially with Petty's appointment was about building the relationship, which I think we all agree is a lot better than what it was several years ago. So if you like, where's the next movement? And so, because we've also signalled that our want to see Mātauranga Māori being included a lot more in regards to how Regional Hawke's Bay Regional Council does its business there. It's one of those push pieces that was part of the appointment process. So once again, congratulations. Any questions for either the chair or our CEO?
No, just acknowledge Te Wairama, your role and looking forward to working with you. Amen.
No questions for the chair and the CEO? Oh. Ka pai. All right then, let's get to pai. So can I have a move and a seconder to receive the verbal update from our Hawke's Bay Regional Chair and CEO? Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Sophie. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. Carried. Righto, we tai whenua reports. So we're going to start off with Wairo, move our way back up to the south, finishing with Tamatea. Te Wairo?
We had, Paul did present a written report, just not here to speak to it.
Ka pai. Anything you want to add? I'll come up to Kataraina.
I just want to congratulate all the work that's been done in Nuhaka, especially by HPRC, by Waka Kotahi. Because now we're, Nathan just informed me that I learned yesterday that they're able to dig up the railway line tracks. So it's pretty amazing what's happening in Nuhaka. I just commend the work that's been done.
Kia ora. Kataraina, anything to add?
Yes, the Works Essex team has been informing us quite well regarding some clearing of drains around Kiwi Road, and also the engineers have been keeping in touch regarding the fallout or the erosion prone area around the Ferry Hotel, the ski club, looking after the Wairau District Council infrastructure, the community centre, the pumps. So these are a team of engineers, WSP and engineers. I was on a meeting this morning, that's why I wasn't here earlier, from 8:30 to 9:30. It's a works in progress, splitting up the jobs, making sure that everyone's involved in the corridor. On top of that, I'm aware that there's just so many resource consents being applied for in the Wairau area. For example, there's a couple of gravel extraction consents. There's also consents to discharge to the awa. There's also consents to mine the water or to extract water for many reasons. So just the complexity of all and the enormity of all the resource consents coming into the rohe is quite huge. Another thing that's happened at the Wairau Tai Whenua is that Project Rangatahi, a young rōpū that's some graduates or graduands from Ngāti Raukawa to Whare Wānanga have we've created a memorandum of understanding with the Wairau Tai Whenua and the Wairau Awa Restoration Project. That's to be able to further some of the mahi around collecting DNA or eDNA around identifying species in the Wairau River. And another small project around monitoring sites. So you might think that's small, but it's actually big for us. We have a meeting next week with the Wairau Tai Whenua. It's going to be a huge one. Just looking at taking on more umbrellaing of community businesses, Māori businesses as well, but also making way for future projects. That's kind of in a nutshell summary of what's been going on in the neck of the woods. And just with my other eyes, I understand that the Tātou o Te Wairoa, the Taiao portfolio is starting to really have some traction, starting to pull together some of those major environmental issues and starting to prioritise that. So next month's report will be able to be a bit more thorough. And that's all from me. I don't know if you've got anything more to add, Henare?
No, I don't.
Kei te pai. Ka mihi kia kōrua mō koutou whiriwhiri kōrero i pāngaki o koutou rohe o a Te Wairo. Ka mihi ki te whānau.
Ngā mihi.
So we come along to whanganui ā-rotu.
Kia ora, I'll read off and then Api can add. Is there up here? Yep. So we submitted a report late, but just welcome to everyone for the new year, new beginning. Obviously, we've the past 12 months, a reflection on Cyclone Gabriel and its impact. Change has been constant with the new government in place and a change in the direction of policy implementation. Te Whanganui Ōroto is currently interviewing for a CEO position, and we are currently discussing a replacement for Rosie, who served on the HBRC Māori Standing Committee for several years. At this time, we'd like to acknowledge the contribution Rosie undertook for the Hawke Bay Regional Council Māori Standing Committee and Te Whanganui Ōroto while she sat in this board position. So it's just acknowledging that time when people contribute their time, obviously, to this mahi. Rosie was added value and was an important part of Te Whanganui Ōroto and the Māori Standing Committee for Te Whanganui Ōroto. So it's just acknowledging your time she was with us, and the board will look at a replacement potentially at our next hui that we have. Just some discussion points in that, and we've covered some of the points. So it's just around the impacts on marae, ahuriri, rebuild, Mōtio Tongoia, Pitani, and Waiheke. Obviously, I suppose we discussed it a little bit earlier, and when we look at a huge proportion of our marae out of action, obviously it's a big push to try and get those marae up and running. And then I can report on Mōtio. We're just looking at rebuilding our wharikai. So we've got builders up there now, or our team builders up there, and they're just working hard to try and get that up and operational, even to a standard where our whānau can come in. And I just highlighted that point where we had a rangatei killed on the motorway the other week, and then had to go to a whare. And just not conducive. We like to have our whānau back on our marae, and we like to support them. And the same that goes for Pitani and Tongoia, because that's a place that if they want to come back to, they can come back to. So for Mōtio, which is hard out trying to get the marae up and operational at that stage. And I just mentioned to someone previously, just in regards to the rebuild, because we're trying to future-proof it for the next 50 to 100 years. So when we rebuild, we're taking, moving a bit slower rather than building and having to come back. So that's our brief as an example for Mōtio. Let's build it and make sure it's resilient for future events. Kitty Edmonds, Ross McLeod, just acknowledge HBRC, the team come out there and it was an action point from one of these hui, just to have a little kōrero at the marae. Then we didn't really, Hastings District Council turned up, and there was a few other people that turned up to the hui. So we just had some good kōrero at Mōtio just in regards to what's happening. We went through, showed everyone what we've been doing, and then we had some action points from that. So that was just good to have regional council remind me how you brought that up as a point in the meeting. We need to follow up, so it's always good to remind it when we bring things up in these hui, and then there's been no action, then just an action point to follow up. So appreciated that, and the marae appreciated that as well. Just touching on policy changes and impacts on Māori as well. Obviously, and I'll go to my bottom point, Hanawai and Nick, just to acknowledge, I know last year we discussed about Māori were, obviously being challenged in regards to where the regional council sat in regards to their position. So I know you sent some comms out just to give assurance on where we were heading with our relationship and partnership with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and I think that was good, but it just gives us surety, rather than thinking, oh, geez, where does the council sit in regards, or Hawke's Bay Regional Council sit in regards to these policy changes? And it was just good to get some assurance from HBRC saying, hey, we were still on track to achieve those Māori aspirations and values. So just want to acknowledge that because it was appreciated at the time. Just acknowledging we've been working on mission development, and that's progressing. Everyone's mostly seen the roadworks and the whānau ring up and say, hey, we're stuck in traffic, but just on the hill. But just that working partnership with mana whenua in relation as that design and that goes through, and some of the steps we've been going through to, and we've just done the names, there's some PO getting put up there. And I suppose for a community project and when that's heading, it's good to have a model where there's good engagement, we feel there's good engagement, and obviously for the wider community, when those wharis and that get built, it'll be a good opportunity. Procurement HBRC, I touched on that a bit earlier and I suppose that's a conversation that's going right through contracting. I may have got the infrastructure and the roadings. I might have got that mixed up in my previous conversation, but those conversations we're having across government and that as well around procurement. How do we build local capacity and enterprise for our not only our Māori businesses, but businesses throughout the community, because we say, hey, yeah, a lot of other businesses coming into the area, but how can we build our local capacity within that framework to make sure those businesses are getting opportunity with all the rebuilds and work that's going on. And should there be other businesses coming into the area, and from a Māori perspective, how does our rangatahi and our whānau get opportunity to work for some of those companies? So we're having big conversations around that, and the procurement side was just in reflection, because sometimes I quote HBRC, and when James was here, how we were getting that policy put in with regional council in regards to supporting Māori business. So it meets in, I suppose, some of our values and aspirations when we're talking to other businesses and contracts with government about, hey, we want to build a local capacity within our local area. So that's what that was touching on. Really talked about Pakura Tahi Tongoia and acknowledged the kōrero a little bit earlier, just in regards to the statement or Nick and Wai's kōrero.
Just add on to Peter's kōrero. Now, there's at least another two stages with the mission housing development, well over 600 homes. So we've been privileged as iwi to be involved with the naming, and so there's another two stages. So this goes out to all our whānau, all our people who have ancestors around that area up here, Puketitri, and around that district, to come up with names of tipuna, whoever you may wish to submit. And I know that's a very important task for our people. We also, at our tai whenua, we're going through the process of looking for a new CEO. Hopefully we'll have that completed within the next couple of months. Why, Rama, we didn't see your application. We missed you. So,
never too late.
Kei te pai tēnā.
No, just checking.
We certainly support your position here, and I'm sure a lot of those marvellous skills that your uncle had will rub off onto you. So, ngā mihi kia koe. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Nick, can you touch us, just a comment for us in regards to the procurement in regards to Hawke's Bay Regional Council? So now we were developing a policy, just where does that go on?
Yeah, through you, Chair, there is a progressive procurement policy for us to look at local employment and opportunities to do that. I would be very happy to have our procurement manager provide a briefing or an update or a paper to this council, to this committee at the next TUI, if that's yes. Suitable. And if there's things that members have learned from their own procurement processes that you'd like to see us think about, then it's an opportunity to give that feedback.
Yep. All right then, so thank you for that. Whangni Arotu, moving along to Head of Taonga.
Māori, kia ora, come over here. If I may seek the permission of the Māori Standing Committee, this is going to be a tripartite kind of presentation. Our young lady, of course, in good hands because she's got good eyesight and good hand control. Just for the slideshow.
You've got it all, Anna.
Start with the beauty and move to the
And also just to acknowledge Māori, and look, this is our report. I know that we're busy people. In fact, I think it probably coined the phrase, a lot of us in this room are time poor. And so we've just taken out a slice of what we're doing on the cold front, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, just to give a little bit of background to this project. And I'm acknowledging Māori because I got him out here this morning, so he's been sitting in the audience. I said, we're first up on the agenda. So kia ora tātou katoa. So we'll just go through Māori, just to, how would you like that?
Oh, kia ora tātou. So I guess this is partly connected to the LTP. I know resources very restricted, but I just wanted to go over, I guess, the genesis or the whakapapa of this project, which was initially supported by Regional Council. So we went through Ngā Paumatāra. It came from some of our kaumātua. We had a kāhui, and they sort of gave us the name. But we went through right up the Tuki Tuki. Just to acknowledge Roger, there was involvement with tamatea for about the first half of it. And then when we went up to the top end to Rako Tatahi, was Hone and Brian. They gave us some good presentations on their view of Māori, but they said, oh, thanks, but no thanks, to our sort of take on it. Because they had another system that was more in line with, is it Hirini Mead's tapawha model, the four, based more on the whare. So as we went up the river, can we change it, please? Yeah, so what triggered it was the Tuki Tuki Plan Change 6 and the RWSS, Ruatana for Water Storage Scheme. What we found that was Council's regular state of the environment monitoring. At the time, I think there was around 150 or 160 different sites were being monitored using telemetry, Western science, mostly surface water, groundwater stuff. There were a number of wells as well. And then following the SkyTem, when the plane was flying around towing that thing behind it doing sort of seismic stuff, a few more wells were added. So the thing was that there wasn't a regular sort of cultural monitoring thing going on. There was some cultural monitoring like Kitaraina's been doing up in Wairoa. There's some attached to different consents, say from Silver Fern Farms down in Takapau. Sometimes wastewater consents at councils, they trigger cultural impact assessments and things like that. But mainly they are sort of a one-off rather than a continuous picture, so you can gauge trends. So we went up the river, like I said, for Marae. We also included looking, some of the hapu that affiliate to the Tuki Tuki don't actually live there. They live elsewhere. Paki Paki, Hongaria, te Hawke. So our wānanga included a lot of kōrero presentations from the locals. What do you think of Māori? What does it mean to you? How do you tell if Māori is diminished? How do you tell if it's healthy? Those sorts of things. And so this was, we put all the stuff together. We also had numerous site visits. We involved the Waimarama whānau because it was Ngā Paumatara coming from the children of Rangi Koianake and Te Kaihau, and how they were sent out to different areas of the motu and raised by the locals, and then to a certain extent they became sentinels or guardians. An example with Te Kikiri or Te Rangi, protecting the southern enclaves, I guess, from encroachment. So we adopted that kōrero for the project. This was a trigger for it from Plan Change 6. This is still in your plan. So we went ahead with this. We had some of the council staff came along. Anna Mataraz-Smith was presenting on marine and coastal stuff. And we were sort of getting the knowledge from the Western things and then putting it alongside the kōrero that was coming from our presenters and from the marae hapu. Yeah, the other half of this. It's currently 1:30 So council initially funded it for 1 year. So we started off back in 2017 or something, late 2017. We had to wait till the plan change became operative, 2015, and then it took a while to get things organised. We got 1 year's funding from Regional Council, and then the Tai Whenua supported us for, was close to another year.
Absolutely, right up to that.
Yeah, and that support has been ongoing. We've been reporting regularly back to Te Runanga Nui o Heretaunga, which is our marae reps on a regular basis, so that they can stay up to date and tell us if we're on the right track or not. This is down at Ngā Whakatātara Island Pa of Manawakawa in the middle of the Toki. Well, it used to be in the middle. It no longer is because of the gravel building up around it. But and we went to a lot of site visits were involved in it, just so that we found that people talk about their river more when they're on site. They can see the river, they can tell if the river is giving them good vibes or not, that sort of thing. The historical data was really good. Some of the stuff that we got from Hone and Brian Morris around Taunaha, the names put on the landscape by our tūpuna and what they reflect. So after that, we developed a framework. This was what our contract with the Regional Council. Key themes that kept coming out were those wairua, mana and whakapapa, just acknowledging with Katairana's mahi around, what was it? Mana whenua, mana tangata, mana atua, yeah. So, and, yeah, so also that these things don't sit in isolation from each other. They sort of cross over, they blend with and through each other as well. So those were the prevailing themes, and then we developed a framework around it. This was to explain things to the whānau as we develop things. It's only sort of pictorial sort of thing of it, I guess. And then we borrowed things from the traffic light system. Ian Ruru, I think it was, who came up with part of it. so we grabbed that, but the main thing was that we developed the things around it or underneath it, or that give it its flavour. We developed that from our own hapu marae. Yep, okay, Anna, and another one, I think. Yeah, one more. Yeah, so different ways of measuring: good, bad, ugly, very poor, very good. The other one, too low or too high, that's more around things like pH. So there's a sweet spot where pH is too heavy on, too alkaline or too acid, things like that. So this was just different ways of measuring and then getting the colour scheme together around that. So we also, right at the start, I think it was Auntie Jill was saying, not feeling qualified to measure Māori, it's a spiritual thing, how dare you, that sort of stuff. So it was around measuring indicators or things that show, or tohu that show whether Māori is good or bad or depleted or things like that, yeah. And then after that, you get a overall picture of the state of Māori around each of those tohu or indicators. And just for an example, I guess if we took, someone mentioned inanga, but if you look at, so the whitebait cohort, you have the inanga, the smelt, different types of kokopu, and then if the mana or the whakapapa of the water around it, if the river mouth is shut and the whitebait can't get up, well, that's going to affect the replenishment of those fish throughout that catchment. So little things like that. So selecting the tohu, at the front end, we try and make it simple with the field sheet, but behind that is having a whole protocol, sort of standard operating procedure about what the measurement from the tohu means. Yeah, okay, keep going. So this is just different phases of it. 17, 18 we started. 18, 19 was continuing with the proxies and the tohu. And then we're just starting to validate the tohu and putting methods around each one. And then, of course, COVID hit and got everything came to a standstill for a while. Also through that period, well, coming out of that, several marae had chosen that period to do their upgrades and getting funding from different agencies to do that. So the availability of our marae was a bit of a problem for a while. And then I mentioned Regional Council initial funding for it, the tai whenua resourcing it as well. And then we were involving hapu from different areas within Here Taonga as we went through this whole process. And then we applied to the Te Mana o Te Wai Fund at MFE to continue with it and then adapt it or change it so that it could be useful across different catchments as well. So not just the tuki. And it's like, okay, the values and the expression of mana that applies within the tuki and the tohu that they use there, bringing the framework across into the karamu last year, and then it's sort of like you exchange the things that inform it, or the kawa and the processes that inform the development or the choosing of the tohu or the indicators is then defined by the hapu within the karamu. So working with Kohu Pātaki, Ruahapia, through part of that, and some of the whānau from there, those marae had also been involved with it through earlier stages as well. How many more slides left?
What was that?
How many more slides?
Any more slides?
2 more, I think.
Thank you.
So these are just some of the things. And then there is also council's data as well. River mouth closures, I mentioned, irrigation ban days when the awa are sort of suffering or depleting, and then flushing flows when you get the flow goes above a certain level and gives the river a good hoon out and it cleanses it, and then a week later you get that blue-green colour coming back. Yeah, moving on, please. And this is just an example. We're looking at a flushing flow level and settling around the 100,000 litres a second mark, which would be good to give it a good flush out. Okay, and then I think reporting of results, and this is the last aspect where we're working around data sovereignty and Hapu being able to put their monitoring results together, and then what goes out and what stays sacred, or it's more around controlling their own data, I guess. So, yeah, so I think that's basically it. But that's just a bit of an explanation of where it came from, and yeah. So yeah, that's it.
Good report.
Anything else in regards to that?
Oh, just to acknowledge you, Nick, I mean, this whole kind of political landscape is certainly going through a big up in the air with its complexities. It's kind of putting us, in the middle like you guys, and of course then the local cultural landscape is also taking, we've got Te Matai Ao that are stepping into as a PSGE, you're entering into these MOUs. The important thing is that we don't start running into each other. Given that we may have a difference of opinion, I think that the mana of the people, the well-being of the people, where we reside, where we come from is important. Go hard on the take and not on each other. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
So thank you for that. Here to Taonga, coming along to Tamatea. Wait, after we finish with Tamatea, I'll come to you for if you have anything from Nikki.
Kia ora. So I'll just give a brief outline of some of the main things. If you look at Tamatea, you can sort of divide it into two, the plains, wetlands, and then the coastal. So I'll let Paul deal with the coastal side of things, and he can talk about everything going out at Pōrongaho and the other parts of the coast. And I'll just give an overview of the other bit. It's very broad brush at this stage, but so in the whole area, we're looking at how we deal with formally with you guys and others in terms of environmental issues, and hence your letter from Tamatea Pōkai Whenua. So it's between Heretaunga, Tamatea Tai Whenua and Tamatea Pōkai Whenua, how and we're still working on that. We're not far away from an established position between the three groups. So will follow its own processes. As I mentioned earlier, in that other thing that I'm involved with the restoration of Whātumata Lake, and as I was thinking, I realised that because of the time between the different Māori committee meetings, I've not formally presented to this group. Some of you I have in different forum, but not here. So I won't go off the cuff there. We'll do a proper one next meeting in more detail, because a lot of our activity is springs from that one project. And one of the spring-offs is that the Woolworths is relocating its supermarket of Countdown, and where it's relocating to is on the site of Kiripara, which is one of the outlets from the lake. So we've been involved and are involved with them in terms of any environmental issues about the build of their new supermarket, and then the restoration of Kiripara as a stream. And we're still in the middle of that, but they've already got the earth moving machinery and cleared all the willows and stuff off that, so that's work in progress. The other things that are going along there is that there are 3 substantial applications for solar power farms on the plains by Highway 50. We're not sure exactly what the outcome of those are, but that's a big thing on our back door. Those potentially 3 big solar farms on the plains. And as people have talked, the whole issue of water security is back on the public table, and we'll be heavily involved in that in the direction that goes in. So that's us from the plains. I'll give it over to the coast. Okay, up with Paul. Oh, sorry, Di, I didn't realise you're coming.
The water security here.
Have water issues, let's just say that.
Okay.
That's never going to go off the table.
Tēnā tātou. Okay. Well, our kaitiaki been having kōrero with Paurere and deep kōrero with Okuli. This is what 80 brings to you. Not MEF, the other
MPI?
group. Anyway, Angi is under review. Doc is how I was trying to think of. Is under review. So, and we're yet to have a sit and talk about, Ngāti Kere wants change in some of the dock issues, the regulations and how they do things. So that's a firm kōrero. And one of those things is that we don't want a diver to go down there and smash the kinners. We want them to bring them to the surface and share them out to the people that been denied to go to, Ngāti Kere been denied to go to that area for 25 years. So there's quite a bit of kōrero to go on there yet. But I think it's good to let our rest of the tai whenua and the rest of the our Māori committee know, just in case these sorts of things are happening in your areas, that they're not fallible. And I tackled the MPI the other day about the only way we're going to conserve power is them, because they're the law. We can stand on a beach and kōrero with people, but that's as far as you can go. And some listen, most don't. You may be aware that Ngāti Kere put a rahui on Paraimahu. That has worked wonderfully. We've got quite a few people going down there to take power, but I asked the MPI the other day whether they've been going down there, and they assured me they've been going down there. They also let me know that they can't enforce the rahui, but they also said to me that they were quite impressed with the power population that's grown back to Paraimahu. We've got a gentleman's agreement with a line off Paraimahu right across to the point over in Whangaiuhu, and to keep out the trawlers and to keep the fish in our bay so our tourists and people in our haukanga can go and fish for kai. And those are working. You're aware that Porangahau went under in the flood, and it was Nick was talking about the banks that have now been proposed, the flood banks and stuff, and where they may go and how they will affect Porangahau. And one of those effects directs the water at the marae. And right or wrong, our heart is, we're losing heart by not being able to use our marae, Nick. So I just was probing to see how the feeling was and where the feeling was, because we want to put it back together so that we can use it, and at a later date we can do something else. But we don't want to be running into anyone and causing all sorts of things. But and someone may follow suit, you know. There were so many, quite a few maraes around have been closed down, and they're closed for years. Like Kahuranaki was closed for 3 years. Goodness gracious me. It's just stopping Māoridom in its tracks. But the heart of Porangahau is pretty good, it's pretty battered. I'm one of the flood victims. I lost 2 houses in that flood, my house and the badge. And I'm only just about finished putting it back together. And it's been quite traumatic. And I've been to some of the meetings where the council, district council and regional council came along to help us look at how we might flood-proof the place. And one of the things that were asked for in those meetings was that the work associated with doing the river and looking after things and maybe even putting the stop banks back in was the work. And I know I was at one of the meetings where councillors were in agreement with directing the work back to Porangahau. Well, one of those big contractors at Porangahau, Andy, asked me to come and put his case because the job that was there, and in the grapevine there was 50,000 involved, was given to a contractor out of town. Now, what people don't know is that contractor in town, he's done hours and hours work. He opened the Bush Road. He had one of his excavators was up the top of Bush Road. He brought it back and fixed the road up as he came back to the thing. No cost to any councils. He did it because he wanted to get his tractor out. But he can do the work. That same fellow, if we have an accident down there, we need a 4-ton excavator, he just pops it on a truck, brings the excavator down, does it, helps out. Those are the assets of having those fellows in our community. Not only that, you've got one of the boys in town drives the digger, and we're looking to sort of enlarge the workforce there if we can do. And the kind of work that's coming to Porangahau, we want it. And the councillors said we could have it. And that's gone awry. And that's my tono today. And I just want to emphasise how valuable it is to keep those excavators in Porangahau. I can tell you now, there was another one on the Cookstooth Road. He put 50 hours in. And I just learned no one has said a word to him. Thank you. Here's some diesel. To me, and he's a farmer. And I think that's sad. It really is. Because that's just 50 hours work that you fellas didn't have to pay for. It's not his road. He just opened it up for the Cookstooth people. But those guys are assets to have in town. The other question I asked, because I see they're putting rocks under their big jobs. And I asked the question of these fellas, can you do the work? And the answer is yes. So we got people in Porangahau that can do the work, and the asset is bringing the money to Porangahau, where we can bring some employment, we can work, teach young fellas how to drive excavators, and the list goes on. But it's bringing the place back alive. It's no different to me tonoing here to open up the marae, rebuild the marae, the heart of the people. But we've never been in a position where we can come and talk to councils and talk to councillors and talk to CEOs and talk to Hauwhakaro. We're in a great place at the moment, and I'm taking a leap of faith here that I'm talking to the right person. I came here to talk to someone today, and I got Alison. And she was going to fix this, that, and the next thing for me. And great, thank you, Alison. I just want to congratulate you, Wairama, on your appointment into your position. Got big shoes to fill. I know you can do that. You're watching a good man. So that's me. Port Mahara, thanks Baden for the tono. Get on with the work. We were going to anyway.
That's the one. Oh, boy, Tina.
Oh, do you want to add anything?
Oh, just my apologies, sorry, being at the transport rebuild, East Coast Hui.
Oh, jeez, just talking about that. You just jumped on.
Baden, coming up to you.
Kia ora, Mike. Kia ora, tātou. Of course, it's been a busy space in terms of iwi tōrangapū politics. Yeah, I've been at all the hui up and down the motu. But one thing I will say, and the press release hasn't gone out yet, either go out today or tomorrow, is that we will be hosting a hui taumata on the 31st of May, Ngāti Kahungunu. And that the purpose around that is to bring discussion papers around kotahitanga. That was what was talked about all up and down from Tūranga Waiwai to Rātana to Waitangi. But we need to actually put some form and function around what that could look like for te iwi Māori, because we need to be an irresistible force that cannot be ignored. And at the moment, we're not that. We have kotahitanga in chunks. National Iwi Chairs Forum, we have New Zealand Māori Council, different kind of things. Māori Women's Welfare League, te mea. But in terms of a united iwi Māori whānui, I'm not just talking about iwi, I'm talking about all those organisations and different things. So, yeah, hui taumata ka tū hei te 31st of May. It'll be our motu, but it's really around the thought leaders, bringing our thought leaders from around the motu to discuss just that topic, kotahitanga. If we can get there, and I know we went there back in 1892 at Waipatu, that was the first of the kotahitanga movement, and we had all of our chiefs there, but if we can't, we've got to take advantage of the, the enthusiasm, the goodwill, the whole, that whole wairua that's there. So that's going to be hosted at Omahu Marae. Ki Tuhage has already said he will attend, and it'll be a year since he last came. He came not long after the cyclone, and it'd be good to have him back there. But really, it's for te iwi whānui to bring ideas. So we'll have some comms come out about that now in the next day or two. But that's something to put on your calendar, because I think it's going to be a really important coming together of whakaaro. And how we actually put something around kotahitanga for te iwi Māori. So that's that. In terms of the Taiao space, I mean, our Taiao team is working with our Tai Whenua on different resource consent applications. I had Te Awa Hohonu in the office the other day, just to come and have a bit of a kōrero, catch up. And they're keen to engage with again with Tamatea, just around that whole kōrero. And again, Mike, we were at the tūpore application to take a whole heap of gravel extraction out of the Marae Kākaho catchment there. So busy time, but the space, I guess, where Nikki is at. Along with doing the temporary housing and a whole lot of temporary housing for our whānau that have been impacted by Gabrielle from Poranga Omahu, te mea. So that's a big mahi for our housing team. But the political space is where we're playing, and that's where things are kind of cooking at the moment. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Baden. I appreciate all of the reports in the length of time. This is our first time we've been able to report since August. So it was important that we had the opportunity to present. Just in going forward, just to remind us that these are reports. If we want to make a presentation, that space is available to us. It's not just there for the regional council, it's also there for us. So we might want to think about that. So when Roger talked about wanting to give a brief on what's happening at our whātuma, perhaps it's a presentation rather than a report, so we can allocate a decent chunk of time towards it. Ki te pai tērā?
Just a point, just for Paula, just in relation to your kōrero about the reserve area and that Maiki Paratu got a hui with MPI in Dennyville on Friday, and obviously that's our customary fisheries arm. So I'm just saying that kōrero, if you need to widen that with fisheries, obviously there's a hui in Dennyville. I'll send you the details, and if you want to attend, I'm sure I can get the invite, or someone wants to attend. Just to follow up on your conversation. Thank you.
Email me.
Yep.
Kia pai. So can I get a move and a second for the reports? Thank you, Haniwai, and I'll second it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, carried. Okay, so we're moving along, Nick. So we have our item 13.
Through you, Mr Chair, maybe suggest if the staff for item 13 and 14 came to the table, in the interest of time, take the papers as read and just open up to members for any questions. They're information items as much as anything else.
So, to staff members, please make your way up to the top, 13 and 14, items 13 and 14.
So just to introduce the committee to the staff, Dr Pippa, who works on climate change and supports a joint committee, including mana whenua representatives and council representatives. Chair Hinawai and others are on that panel around climate change. And Sarah and Beth, who have helped guide the council through the intricacies of revenue and financing policy. So Sarah and Beth can deal with any questions on item 13 and Pippa on item 14.
So Sarah and Beth, so we'll take the item 13 as read. So any questions, so anything that you wanted to relay to us?
I think most of it was in the report. It was just emphasising this was a 2-year-long process that council went through, and we arrived at a decision on the 28th of February. So it's been a long time coming. A first principles review of the way we set our rates and how we fund the organisation. So it's quite a fundamental piece of work that was undertaken. Maybe just pointing out the consultation period was over Christmas, and it was very unfortunate. And I think the cyclone pushed the whole timeline back. We wanted to consult in October, but we ended up beginning of December. And to give enough people time over the holiday, we doubled our usual consultation length from 4 weeks to 8 weeks. So we could complete it by the 28th of February.
It'd be fair to say that those concerns around the consultancy period, the period when it was conducted, they kind of reflected in the submissions that came forward. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yes, it is always tricky to know, how people respond as well. And actually, we got most of our submissions when there was some talk in the newspapers. There were some articles that came as well. So that's obviously what generates a lot of interest as well. But I think we did get some good engagement from our sort of key sector groups, like Federated Farmers and some of the other growers as well, who have got teams around who can actually look at the policy and actually reflect on behalf of their members as well. So it did reach the right people as well. And we were very targeted to reach those sector groups as well as our Tai Whenua representatives as well. We did reach out directly for input and to share what we were doing.
And just finally from me, so what can we look forward in seeing our rates come down?
I don't think rates do come down, Mike. They only go one way, that's up.
We'll ask
questions?
the government for their cost share increase.
Yeah.
That's the answer to
That's
that.
the answer. Any questions, further questions on Article
Just from me.
13?
Mike.
Put ahead.
I mean, at the best of times, it's hard to get engagement with Māori, around things such as this, and rates is a really important one. So I mean, the Joe public struggled to get a good engagement over the Christmas period, and so that's going to be twice as hard, if not 3 times as hard, to get Māori to engage in that process. So, yeah, I think, going forward, a bit more thought on that engagement process, because rates is the number one thing that people are going to have some whakaaro about. And like Mike says, we want to see rates go down, but that very often doesn't happen. But in terms of the information that came out around,
So you need to be a scientist to understand how to read those things. So I guess, yeah. I think we need to look at that, Hinaway, Nick, Mike, going forward, because, yeah, we need to engage well around rates increases. And I know it was just reallocating the pie in different ways, but people are certainly concerned about how that's done. And time, more time is always a good thing, especially for our Māori whānau, Māori landowners, te mea te mea.
Thanks, Baden.
Yeah, kia ora, Chair. Kia ora, Baden. Appreciate those points, and there were some learnings from the type of consultation, the length of engagement, the timing of which we did it, and we did contemplate delaying or lengthening that time. Unfortunately, it coincides with getting ready for the long-term plan, which looks at the real increase, the kicker really, of how much we invest in each of our activities. So not just the dividing the pie, it's how big the pie is going to get. So that's still to come, and we're going to take the learnings from the consultation of the revenue finance policy, which is pretty complex, I agree. 18 painstaking workshops that Matua Mike was involved in each of them, to try and condense that and simplify it. Is quite a difficult thing. It's a review done every 10 years, and it hasn't fully been done on record for how many years. So this was a chance to clean whare and actually say, this is a look over all our activities. Are we rating fit for purpose in allocation across the board? But the LTP is definitely going to be a bigger conversation, and we have to do a much better job at that. Kia ora.
Peter, did I see you?
Oh, yeah, it was just some points I thought was there any important points that you felt that was, sort of take up points that we should be aware of?
We, quite late in the piece, we did a social impact assessment of, obviously not everybody's rates were going up, and there were people whose rates were going down, and we did that in time for deliberations to actually make sure that the people we hoped were going to go down, and we had some assurance around those people in those areas of low socioeconomic area, their rates were going down as well. So that gave us some comfort, and maybe we should have done that a bit earlier as well, because I think it might have helped give assurance to council in the workshops that we were targeting the right people for the right reasons as well, or the consequences of what we were doing were helping the right people in the right way.
Right. Any further questions in regards to item 13? No, thank you very much. We're going to move to item 14, report from the Climate Action Joint Committee. So we'll take that as read. Anything you want to highlight from out of there?
Kia ora tātou. Just to highlight that the Climate Action Joint Committee was set up last year, so we have been through a process of really the whakawhanaungatanga for the members, establishing a tag, a technical advisory group, how we work together, and what you've got in your papers, this the Joint Committee Vision and Strategy. We consider this to be a living document that we'll keep on working at, but this is kind of the result of a couple of workshops that we ran about how we want to work together and what we want to include in the work program. So that diagram there that you have on the climate resilience, that we will look both at how we respond to this changing climate that's here upon us now, how we will reduce our contributions in the region, and how we'll all work together to ensure that that the people who may be more vulnerable to the changes are protected and brought along in an equitable way. So those are kind of 3 pillars to it there.
Just remind us, do we have mana whenua representation on that committee?
Yes, you do. You have 2 members of this committee and an alternate. They are Māori.
Alternate, Roger.
Roger Paul, yes. Haniwai is the chair, and then the PSGs have all been invited to appoint a member, and I think at the last meeting we had about 5 or 6 people attending there.
Thank you.
I just got a question. So in relation to our presentations that we had today about widening rivers and the other project from Wairoa and then Mare, and the presentation from Heretonga, and that because we talked about the mātauranga Māori and those concepts and designs, and we're talking about climate and then the changes, and that'd be good to see those projects recognised within that framework, because that's mahi that's been done, and I think people said it added value. So I would for me personally, I would like to see that incorporated in that climate resilience plan.
Nick, did you?
I think that was really useful that we look to make sure that happens. The other thing I was going to suggest is you get a lot of information at these and there's a lot talked about, and one of the things we talked about in our workshop at the end of last year was a little pānui to follow this, which summarises the key things that came up and has the link to the key documents that you might want to share, and it's a way for you as you leave this whare and go to your own tai whenua and so on to kind of have some record and be able to have those key points written down. So it won't be tomorrow, but over the next 2 or 3 weeks, if the committee's comfortable, I'll ask Te Wairama to work with the Māori Partnerships team to put a little post-committee pānui together with some of those key pieces of information. And
that's really good. That's really, because we write our reports and our presentations, but if we've got some key concept from the hui, it would add consistency to our messaging. And I must say, because I got contacted by some media outlet and must be listening, obviously, to this call to make comment on some corridor, but I didn't at that stage, because I've certainly not process ones, but I'm just saying, so if we some of those key messaging and coming out, and that it helps support us.
Yep. So I think there's general acceptance for that, isn't there? I suppose, it's to our benefit. It gives us a consistent pānui that's coming out from the whole committee in regards to our various rohe.
Yep.
So will this be pre-April or post-April?
Pre.
Thank you very much.
And to make sure we do it appropriately, Chair, I think we go through yourself and Katharina as the co-chairs.
Yeah, all right.
And we'll do the writing, but go through you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, can I get a move and a seconder to receive both reports? So thank you to the team. I absolutely appreciate the work that you do. Thank you. So move Baden, seconded Api. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Carried. So coming down to our final item, which is minor items that we haven't covered off within our meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I believe that we have covered the 3 minor items.
I think there was a couple we did miss on the thing. I just picked up a couple of points from there, and then one was around civil defence. We just touched on that and about fit for purpose, because in the pre-meet, we just talked about our marae's and that gearing up for that civil defence response, and obviously regional councils an important step in that process, and that around the coordination, and obviously we've met with Mike Bush and that had that corridor and all that, so it was just whether that's a separate, we don't have to have that conversation, but I think it's a follow-up, because it's quite important. All our marae now, or a lot of our marae now have pods and are gearing up to be responding within their communities, and that, and it was just around a coordinated approach that we can manage that moving forward, and then resourcing and all that type, because I know several of our marae are in that position now.
So there's a couple of conversations there that you're having. One of them was not on that report. So when is that report due back?
So the independent review will come out at the end of March, probably 25th, 26th of March. I think one of the things that civil defence has got on its plate is a job that the local councils do directly with their communities, and then the job the regional council does coordinating across the region. And I know some of those councils are moving more quickly than others, working with hubs. So I know Hastings has invested quite heavily, but it's unequal at the moment, or uneven, I should say. So I think that's probably a conversation to come for the whole civil defence system. I wonder if we have a think about how we might take that forward.
So coming back to what Pete's question here in regards to, so we've contributed to this report.
Yeah.
Now, if we feel that our contribution is not contained within that report or the outcomes of that report, what avenues are kind of open for us to address that? Or are we just supposed to take the report and that is the end of it?
I guess none of us quite know what it's going to say yet, which is a bit of a challenge. I mean, the governance of the civil defence system sits with a thing called the Joint Committee. So there's no reason why people can't individually write to the Joint Committee or collectively as the need may be. I'm slightly poking at shadows because I don't yet know what it's going to look like. But I think the process of then taking what's in the report and making sure that people understand what's in it and what it covers is going to be important. So it just doesn't sit on a shelf somewhere.
So I think what Pete's going to say, so it's an avenue, once we have an avenue that allows us to address the points that we've raised that may not be covered within that report. So, as Pete was saying, he was wanting to report on what they've achieved since they've made those that interview process. No, we haven't sat around waiting for this report to come out. We've continued to action stuff. So it's how do we follow that type of conversation up with Hawke's Bay Regional Council? Not so much the actual authors of the review. So I know we haven't got the review yet, so it's just something for you to think about and mull over. Hey, because we're not all going to be happy with it. Never are. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah, and there was just a other point in, it was through the Finance and Audit Committee where the presentation last year by Hawke's Bay Tourism and it was just around some of that Mātauranga knowledge and that they presented. I just raised that as a question that I had some concerns because when we're talking about some of the whakapapa and in relation, I don't think there had been wide enough consultation in regards to that release. It may have gone back through release, but it'll be good to get an update. I suppose when you're talking about whakapapa, Mātauranga Māori, and that I suppose it's an important place that it comes through our Māori Standing Committee. And I heard that through the finance and all of that presentation, but I did raise that point, I think, came back. And so I think if anyone's presenting within those Māori concepts and designs to the council, then it's most probably a good practice to have it presented to this committee. That was quite important. And then just the third point, moving away from that and their minor items, and it was just around about that budget underspend in regards to the other year, in regards to the Māori budget and that, but Te Wairama is there now, and we're just, I suppose it's just the point that it's not great when we underspend on our Māori budget, and there's a lot of challenges facing Māori, so I'm sure Te Wairama will be over that. So it was just the third point, so that was me from those minor actions.
She doesn't look as thrifty as her uncle.
And through you, Mr. Chair, a lot of that underspend came from essentially diverting people's time to cyclone recovery. So we ended up coding a lot of time to cyclone recovery rather than to our day-to-day mahi. But definitely on both of our minds to make sure that every last cent of the pūtea is put to good use.
So, nothing further in regards to minor items? I think we've covered them all off during the course of our hui, which was good, all the points that were raised earlier on. So thank you everybody for our contribution today. Baden, you've got your hand up.
Oh, yeah. Just around that review. So the review will go to the regional council meeting. What's the process? When will we get a look at it?
I can answer that. Kia ora, Baden. It'll be presented at the joint Hawke's Bay CDM committee, which you'll be at
Oh, yeah,
with Leon. So that's when it will be presented.
Okay.
Yep, 26th March.
And then from there, distribute that publicly, blah, blah.
And public at the same time, pretty much.
Thank you.
Public at the same time. Yeah, well, I'm hoping that there's some strong recommendations around how that whole sedum space responds better to Māori communities. I mean, geez, I don't know how many times I've been in front of that review panel, that review group, and said the same thing. So if they haven't got that message, aroha kia tātou.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Maiden. Okay, just...
Chairman, I'll just take this moment to congratulate the kapahaka groups that represented us at Danneberg. The standard of kapa was way up there at national level. We put our group in, Tamatea Riki Nui, and it was good. But boy, the standard produced on the day was way up there. Congratulations to all the kapa groups that turned up on the day. And our chief was there.
Yeah, I had a good day. Awesome day, actually. Yeah.
Was awesome.
Tautoko omihi.
So we look forward to being in Tamati in 2 years' time there, Paura.
Oh, I even did the haka in front of the bloody
gave you on
cameraman.
stage.
Standing right there. It was comical, actually.
So just before we close, it's my routine to get Api to close us. So just to remind us of some of the outcomes from today. So we will be calling a workshop in regards to preparing ourselves for the long-term plan, our follow-up from our strategic planning day. Also some corridor mostly around that procurement stuff around that. Also, it's been raised in regards to making sure that the committee is properly equipped and resourced. So we need to have things around laptops and so forth being called in and not returned, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's Wairama is going to cover that off before she takes on her new role. I'm going to suggest in regards to our upcoming workshop that we wait for Wairama to actually step into her new role.
Kia ora.
I think it's important that she sits there holding that mana. I'm also going to suggest that we send an invite to our RPC co-chair, because there may be something that we put forward that overlaps with them. So it only comes through the once rather than gets doubled up on us. And we'll never know what we might share with each other, what we'll learn from each other. I'll be open to feedback about anyone else you think might be of benefit being in that hui that day. Are we happy with 4 hours for our workshop on that day?
Yeah, and I suppose if we've got some presenters in
4
there.
hours?
Hey, it's on our schedule when you plan. I know when you plan that, if we've got someone to present and that, so it gives us some background information prior to that hui, and then that we can all read through what we need to read to. It might make it a little bit more effective and efficient if we got that prior to the hui, hey, and save time.
Yes, through you, Chair, one outlined in the paper was a recommendation that Te Pou Whakarai will go away from today's hui and draw up an annual program or a schedule of workshops with recommendations that align with the priorities that were identified in that first workshop, slotted into each of those. So I can definitely work on that and circulate it amongst the committee prior to the first workshop.
Great.
Just Nicholas has given us a bit of an update in regards to the long-term plan and when those submissions and so forth come out.
So the long-term plan will likely go public at the end of March, beginning of April. So my suggestion to the committee would be that we look for a briefing probably online in advance of that happening, so you're not surprised by something that's already gone out into the public arena, and we do that separately to the workshop process. Otherwise, I think we'll miss the boat. And what we'll try and do is do a kind of high-level one-pager in advance of that, so that people don't come into it completely cold.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, was something else, was there, Alton? That's pretty much covered us up. So thank you to the team, thank you to those of you online. I think that brings us to a close near. Ka pai te reo, ka huri taraka ki a koe ta mana whena, ta haukainga, he whakakapi a tātou hui.
Tēnā koe, Mike. Koe anō. Baden, mahau e whakakapi I tō tātou hui.